Chapter 5069. Even Nan Xian, who is Dian Immortal, blinked at this moment, a little surprised. He exclaimed in a low voice, "No way! What kind of illusion is this? It can be so confused." Everyone sighed. Only Jian Wushuang's eyes flashed with surprise, and he felt a very familiar aura in this veteran body. The familiar breath was extremely weak, but he was immediately aware of it. Jian Wushuang was a little confused. This mortal plane was just a low-level plane in the countless universes of the Great Division. How could there be an existence that made him feel familiar? What's more, this sloppy old way does not have the slightest fluctuation in strength, and it can basically exclude the ranks of monks. Unexpectedly, Jian Wushuang continued to wait and see. Accompanied by the crowd's uproar, the long-armed white monkey jumped off the table and then began to cling to it, looking extremely naive. At this time, the sloppy old Tao dressed in Taoist clothes beckoned. "Hurry up, the monkey, come back and bring watermelons to quench your thirst." "Gigi," the white monkey replied, turned back and jumped onto the shoulders of the sloppy old man, then stretched his paw and touched it in the old man's arms. Soon, a melon seed was held out by the white monkey. It jumped to the ground in a pose, and quickly removed a small hole in the ground and placed the seeds in it. There is a law in the growth of everything, but this law is not unbreakable. Today I will break this law in front of all the spectators. After finishing the sloppy old saying, he stretched out his hand and waved at the place where the seeds were buried. Suddenly a mysterious scene appeared. Seeing the soil loose, a touch of emerald green vines broke through the ground and slowly protruded. This is a melon vine, but in just a few breaths it has grown up from a seedling, crawling on the ground, and full of greenery. Then the sloppy Taoist spit out another breath, and the melon among the melon vines grew in the wind, and soon a green watermelon was born. Seeing this scene, the atmosphere in the crowd rose even more, and they were all overwhelmed by this miraculous scene. In less than 10 breaths of time, the change from a melon seed to a huge melon is indeed amazing. This old way is a bit interesting, even I don't even know it. The thin figure named Nan Xian said thoughtfully, touching his chin with his hand. As for Jian Wushuang, his suspicion gradually calmed down. The sloppy old-fashioned laughed. "Since the fruits are ripe, we must pick them." As he said, he bent down and picked off the only large melon among the vines. "Look at the officials, this melon is not a common melon, but a golden melon that hides mystery." The sloppy old way said. Using his hand as a knife, he cut through the emerald green melon. At this moment, everyone was looking forward to it and held their breath. Immediately afterwards, a ray of golden light emerged from the gap between the melons. Then, thousands of rays of golden light burst out together. Don't look directly at the light. Everyone covered their eyes subconsciously. When the light dissipated, one after another exclaimed, "I saw the huge melon that was cut in half, which should have been the inside of the melon, but was stuffed with countless golden melon seeds." The sloppy old man was very satisfied and reached out his hand to take out a gold melon seed from the huge melon and raised it into the air. This is a gift from God to the old way and everyone. Every golden melon seed will be in the hands of the spectators. Don't worry. As soon as these words came out, the crowd boiled completely, and getting a golden melon seed for no reason was enough to drive everyone crazy. Looking at the already agitated crowd, the sloppy old Tao waved his hand hurriedly. "Wait, everyone onlookers, because the gold seeds are limited. The old Tao has to set a threshold. The threshold is that a golden melon seed needs 1 money to buy." The crowd was quiet and soon became restless again. For a mere $1, only 3 or 5 steamed buns could be bought, and it was a great deal to be able to exchange for a golden melon seed. "I'm coming, you'll buy 10 pills. A strong man held $10 tightly and exclaimed with excitement. Lao Tao finishes his sentence first. "For this melon seed, 1 person is limited to 1, said the sloppy old Tao. "Moreover, You must breathe a sigh at the coin in your hand before you can use this coin to exchange for a golden melon seed. He was still the strong man before, and he breathed a sigh of relief at the coin in his hand and handed it to him. The sloppy old man smiled openly, and after taking the coin, he gave out a golden melon seed. This scene deeply irritated everyone. Next, the whole scene was completely messed up, and everyone scrambled to change gold melon seeds. Only Jian Wushuang and Nan Xian stood calmly in place. What do you think is this old way of cultivating immortals here from the rest of the universe? Nan Xian looked at him and asked. Jian Wushuang's deep gaze seemed to see through the crowd, seeing the most central scene. I'm afraid it's almost impossible to leave. The next moment he set off directly, and an unimaginable strange wave burst out of him, like a wave, easily pushing the crowd away. Okanshu, calm Nan Xian, also knew that something was strange and hurried to follow up. When he entered the center of the crowd, in front of the stall full of masks, Nan Xian's brows were already wrinkled. At this moment, where there is still that sloppy and old-fashioned figure, there is only a white monkey with a long arm, looking at them with a smile. Jian Wu's eyes were sinking like water, and he directly stretched out his hand to draw towards the white monkey. The white monkey screamed horribly and turned into a mask again and fell to the ground. Let the old guy run away? Nan Xian was angry from his heart. As a real Dayan immortal, he not only got illusion, but also let the caster escape. This is undoubtedly a shame. How could it be him? Shouldn't he be in the endless sea? How could he run out? Jian Wushuang frowned, without any clue at all. Nan Xian said in a cold voice, I'm digging 3 feet in the ground today, and we must get him out. Then their eyes looked far away. At the same time in the bazaar, an old Dao wearing a tattered Dao robes ran away in a panic. Because he walked too fast, it seemed quite funny. No, it's impossible. I must have read it wrong. How could it be him? How could I meet him in a place where there is no flow of power? In the constant escape, the old Dao thought to himself. He seemed to think of something terrible, and his eyes kept flashing panic. The battle was so terrible that he who had escaped by chance was extremely frightened even when he recalled that scene. As long as I absorb some more luck, my injury will get better, and then I will flee wherever I want and no one will find me. As the sloppy old man thought, his footsteps became quicker. Like Wandao Sword Sovereign, please collect it. Wandao Sword Sovereign has the fastest update speed. Chapter 5070. But soon everything changed. The original downtown buildings, as well as the ground under your feet, began to tremble. In an instant, the world revolved. The sloppy old Wei only felt a flower in front of him, and then he was kicked to the ground with a heavy foot. Run, I see where else you can go. Nan Xian shouted angrily, and firmly suppressed the sloppy old Wei with his feet. Okay, good guy for your life. I didn't do anything that violates heaven and harmony, so please be careful. The sloppy old man lying on the ground said with difficulty. At this moment, Jian Wushuang walked slowly in front of him, and then slowly squatted down. The sloppy old man who originally planned to continue begging for mercy. After seeing the face of the visitor, his body trembled suddenly, his eyes closed, and he fainted unexpectedly, scared to death. Nan Xian was shocked. Jian Wushuang said coldly, If you pretend to be dead again, you are really dead. The voice fell, and the sloppy old Wei woke up. He didn't dare to look at him. He slammed his head on the ground frantically. I beg my lord for my life, my lord's forgiveness. He shouted coldly, Shut up. I don't want to pursue the previous matter. The sloppy old Dao fell silent immediately, lying on the ground without daring to move. Now Jian Wushuang has recognized that this old Wei is the old Daojiang parade that deceived his Hanyuan Wahego by using illusions that were enough to cover the sky. But he didn't intend to pursue it. He just frowned and said, How did you escape from the borderless sea? Tell me, is there any crack in the borderless sea? When the sloppy old Daojiang parade heard the words, his figure trembled again, and then his face bitterly said, "Back to your lord. There are no cracks in the endless sea. The reason why I can escape is because I abandoned all my luck and took advantage of the sky. It hasn't been completely shut down to escape." Regarding what he said, Jian Wushuang didn't believe it at all and directly reached out to explore his luck. Under this investigation, it was found that the status quo of Jiang Parade was indeed exactly the same as what was said, so I gave up. "Let's go." Jian Wushuang got up, his expression slightly tired. Nan Xian was taken aback and then said, "Then this guy just let him run away like this?" He didn't look back. "Let him go. It doesn't make any sense to kill." Although Nan Xian was a little angry, he didn't hurt the killer in the end. After kicking Jiang Parade, he left. Jiang Gongju slowly got up, sat on the ground for a long time, and after looking at Jian Wushuang's forehead, he disappeared without a trace. This trip into the dust was extremely unsatisfactory and encountered one of the biggest variables that disrupted everything. Jian Wushuang was no longer in the mood to continue to travel around the world, and after he was born in a hurry, he went straight to the direction of the sky. "Little friend, you seem to know that old way before?" In the void, Nan Xian asked. "Yes, I have met once and stole something from me," Jian Wushuang said without concealment. He said angrily, "I knew that old guy was not a good thing, it really is." But Jian Wushuang didn't touch this. Seeing Jiang Parade again, he didn't give birth to murder in his heart. What's more, there is an inexplicable feeling for the imprisoned Dayan immortals in the sea of no edge. It was precisely because of this inexplicable feeling that let him let go of Jiang Parade. "Little friend, what is your final destination?" "It's overwhelming. After the first battle among the 9th turn Dayan immortals, the entire Great Heaven domain was almost destroyed to nearly 70%. Even if nearly 20,000 years have passed, it has not yet fully recovered. The fragments of the broken heaven plane are still visible, and there's a kind of lonely desolation everywhere. I remember being here earlier. How did it become like this now?" Nan Xian was quite surprised. In his memory, the Great Heaven Horizon was the top-tier one in the entire Desai domain. But right now, Demi Tian, you seem to have suffered some kind of severe damage and was slowly recovering. And he didn't even think that it was Jian Wushuang next to him that made Demi Tian look like this. "Little friend, what do you plan to do when you come here?" Nan Xian continued to ask. "Find someone," Jian Wushuang said quietly, and then took out a map from his arms. This map was made by Xiaotajin before he left. However, the route of this map is also extremely vague. It only depicts the approximate location of Sansun Mountain. As for the specific location is still unknown. "Southwest, 42 horizons." Jian Wushuang whispered softly and retracted the map, already making a decision in his heart. The void is vast, and Sansun Mountain is roughly in the southwest. The farther you go to the southwest, the farther you are from the Great Heaven Horizon, the less you have to worry about being stared at by the eagle dog under his seat. But even though I think so, things often backfire. Just when Jian Wushuang and Nan Xian were about to fold to the southwest, a low voice sounded without warning. "Stop for me." A total of 7 figures, 7 evangelists, directly surrounded from all sides at this moment. The leading young man, Yan Xian, looked at Jian Wushuang coldly, and a sneer sneered at the corner of his mouth. Jian Wushuang's heart shook slightly. He didn't expect an ordinary Yan Xian to call his name accurately. After a brief thought, he said, "I don't intend to come here to cause trouble, so I just leave." After that, Jian Wushuang took Nan Xian and prepared to leave. "Really arrogant. It's so big that you just come and leave?" The young man Yan Xian gave a cold cry and waved his arm, and the other 6 Yan Xian released his strength and trapped Jian Wushuang and Nan Xian. "His Royal Highness wants to see you. I hope you don't know how to praise." Before Jian Wushuang could speak, Nan Xian sneered, "Your master hasn't handed you over. Is he observing his words?" Youth Yanxian frowned, slightly, obviously didn't care about Nanxian. Who are you? This seat is your grandfather. Nanxian burst out loudly, and then went up without any warning. Thousands of terrifying huameng exploded from the palm of the palm, swept across the wilds and wilds at an unpredictable speed. This is the coercion of the Dian Immortal, and it is impossible for Yanxian to escape. The headed young man, Yanxian, even just reacted when the fairy body was strangled and turned into powder. The other 6 Yanxians were no exception. All disappeared without a trace. In less than a breath, the 7 evangelists did not see any trace. A group of scumbags dare to block the seat? Nanxian's tone was very unkind. Obviously, this series of troubles made him quite depressed. After solving the trouble, Jian Wushuang knew that he couldn't stay for long and disappeared to the southwest with Nanxian. Chapter 5071. The vast sky is vast, encompassing countless horizons. In the original battle, although the fairy mountain-blessed land at the core of Dimission was severely damaged, the outer space has not been affected much. The southwest position is the most remote and cold position in the entire Dimission jurisdiction. Even Yanxian is rarely willing to get involved. It is cold, has very little power, and is full of impurities that belong to the ancient age. Looking around, the heavenly plains are sparsely visible. Between the 42nd heaven, moving forward in the void, Jian Wushuang frowned and thought. In this great sky, although the southwestern area is sparse, it is also compared to other places. If you really want to find Sansuan Mountain one by one, it will probably take a long time. Looking at the heavenly plains like stars, Nanxian said, "Little friend, you are sure that the Yanxian you are looking for is here?" Jian Wushuang nodded. "It's indeed here, but I'm afraid I will find the exact location for a while." "Can't stay here for a long time," Nanxian said again. "I'm afraid he has already noticed that he has just killed the Immortal under the seat of the Lord of Heaven. If we continue to stay here, I'm afraid we will be discovered soon." Nanxian's words are not without reason. According to the character of Gongzi Jiao, he will never let go of this opportunity. Therefore, Jian Wushuang was also in hesitation. He doesn't know how many whole cards the sun corrects. If there is a conflict again, I am afraid it will not be easy. "Leave the day for the time being and make plans after a while." Nanxian looked at him. "Or, I will go with you and continue to go deeper." Jian Wushuang said, "You don't have to do this. My business shouldn't involve you." Nanxian raised his eyebrows and smiled. "A confidant is hard to find, and a confidant who can talk to me about the sword is even harder to find. I don't want to see a confidant in a dilemma." "Weird guy." Jian Wushuang shook his head, a little helpless. However, at this moment, the void was suddenly shaken, and then the deadly and cold void suddenly filled with a strong and surging power. "Come on, so fast!" Nanxian raised his brows, quite surprised. Relying on Dayanxian's perception, he realized that a majestic aura was crushing from all directions. Jian Wushuang's brows tightened, and a bad premonition flashed in his heart. At the next moment, the originally dead and cold void was suddenly illuminated by pure power, and a body that was capable of shaking the sky and the earth soared out of the various heavenly planes and surrounded it together. They are all immortals. Nearly 70 Yanxians appeared, and it seemed that they had been waiting for a long time, and they only appeared when the time came. Every one of the mortals, the whole body exudes surging strength. All of them surrounded Jian Wushuang, and Nanxian turned with cold eyes. "Cue to die." Nanxian smiled disdainfully. Yanxian and Dayanxian have long been like a moat and ravine, and they are no longer comparable. In the face of these nearly 70 Yanxians, Nanxian alone could erase them. Jian Wushuang frowned, and now he has completely transformed after experiencing the endless sea. Hugh said that he is the 70 evangelists. Even if 100 more, he will not hurt him at all. But now the son Jiao didn't know his changes, so he made a wrong judgment. However, no matter how wrong the judgment is, The young master still pays enough attention to it, and predetermined 70 Yangtzeans. If you haven't entered the borderless sea, the 70 Yangtzeans are enough to cause serious damage to Jian Wushuang, and even be able to successfully siege. But now everything has changed drastically. The 70 evangelists did not rush into a rampage as soon as they came up, but were scattered without chaos and connected to each other. And their respective powers began to condense, forming an immortal array that was like a cage. Want to use the immortal formation to trap this seat? Nan Xian sneered. His clothes suddenly floated, and his unparalleled power broke out. The qi, luck, and strength that belong to Dian Immortal are undoubtedly revealed at this moment. All Yanxian faces were shocked. How could they have thought that a Dian Xian would actually appear? Dian Immortal isn't at all extinct. Without even giving these immortals time to consider, Nan Xian revealed his decisive side. Boom! The incomparable Yanli Damong, with Nan Xian as the center, shot up and instantly tore through the fairy formation constructed by the 70 Yangtzeans. At this moment, Jian Wushuang also moved, and the pure and dazzling pattern quietly flowed around him. Boom! The heaven-shielding immortal array was eventually torn apart, and the force flowed to pieces. The nearly 10 Yanxian facing them hadn't reacted yet. They were directly broken by Jian Wushuang's immortal body, and Xian Yuan was erased. No one Yanxian could get close to him, and even the void was torn out deep ravines wherever the red, golden Yanli power passed. In just one face-to-face meeting, nearly 20 Yanxian died in Jian Wushuang's hands. Although Nan Xian was Dian Immortal, the speed of erasing Yanxian couldn't be compared with Jian Wushuang. This also surprised him. How can an immortal be so powerful? But soon Nan Xian was relieved. Jian Wushuang was able to fight with him the first time he met, and he did not lose the wind at all. This was unimaginable. Little friend, it's really amazing. Nan Xian smiled bitterly. Xian even charged again. The 70 fairy gods, even if they are placed in an entire big division domain, are a terrifying force, even the general super-universe. There's no such background. But right now, these Yangtzeans were easily slaughtered. Jian Wushuang didn't even call out the invisible sword, and as he waved his hand, the evolving immortal disappeared. Walking out of the borderless sea, his changes have exceeded all Yangtzean's imagination, including himself. The immortal body is like a container, constantly shattering and reshaping. Until Jian Wushuang regains control, it has reached a certain terrible change. He was able to wave his hand to kill the Dian immortal Qin Tua, who possessed weird power. As for these immortals, how could he stop him? In just a short period of time, 70 Dian immortals were slaughtered. The void was slightly torn, the broken fairy body and the immortal source in a state of no owner. All swam in the void. Jian Wushuang and Nan Xian stood shoulder to hand, watching this scene calmly. Little friend, go or not? Nan Xian turned around and asked. This time, Jian Wushuang did not hesitate. Go. Erasing the 70 immortals. This is undoubtedly a greater blow to the young master. If he does not leave, he might make crazy moves. If you just walked away, the two quickly swept away 1,000,000 miles away. But the next moment, the void of the great sky began to oscillate, and the stars and sun began to shift. An ancient, silent breath quietly emerged in the wild. If you like Wandao Sword Sovereign, please collect it. Wandao Sword Sovereign has the fastest update speed. Chapter 5072. Jian Wushuang raised his brows slightly. This kind of breath was strange and familiar. He realized that he couldn't avoid it. Along with the trembling of the void, the originally dead nothingness changed color. Clouds and smoke that did not know where they started rose up, covering everything. Come back. Nan Xian solemnly said. Yunyan Misty, atmospheric transport, is here. Is it true that I have been slaughtered by you? A voice containing supreme prestige resounded through the void like Hong Zhong Dalu. However, Jian Wushuang's most familiar figure appeared quietly. The sun, correct? Jian Wushuang. I haven't seen him in nearly 20,000 years, but Gong Zijiao's temperament has changed drastically. Today his edge is exposed, the invisible but qualitative supreme might oppress the universe. And he is set off by black gold armor like a great emperor walking out of a sea of blood. Jin Meng burst out from his true eyes, capturing people to the extreme. Moreover, behind the young master Jiao, 20 black robe figures were listed, like Yuanju Yueji, terrifying to the extreme. Dead silence, pervasive. The eyes are facing each other. The sword is calm, and the two faces are calm, and the young master is sullen, and the palms of the hands holding the hilt of the waist are already showing green veins. He said angrily, Jian Wushuang, you have insulted me so much twice. Do you really think you can't help it? Loud sound bursts, shaking the void. Immediately afterwards, Jian Wushuang said, I have no intention of being an enemy of you. This time I am only looking for a friend in demission. But the journey is not smooth, and some immortals who impeded it have been cleared. Then you know that all the people who are purged are the eternal fairy under my seat. The sun took a step forward, and the supreme prestige came down directly. Nan Xian's expression slightly changed, and the power in the fairy body began to boil. Only Jian Wushuang remained indifferent, completely considering his dignity and luck as nothing. As I said just now, I just shot out some of the immortals who impeded them, not because they were the immortals of the sky. The prince frowned and stretched slightly, even if he didn't mean it, but slaughtering so many immortals under my seat, I will never give up. Jian Wushuang's eyes drenched, and the Xuanha pattern quietly surged around his body, a kind of plain but not negligible pressure, from the bottom to the top, directly offsetting the prestige of Gongzi Jiao and showing a tendency of resistance. Facing this sudden, more majestic coercion, the sun retreated half a step back, his face uncertain. There was a shock that couldn't be concealed in his eyes, which lasted for tens of thousands of years, and the feeling Jian Wushuang gave him surpassed the previous one. But soon he regained his composure again, his eyes sinking like a waterway. Jian Wushuang, we have old accounts and new accounts. Let's calculate it together today. After the prince had finished correcting the words, he suddenly drew out the long sword hanging from his waist and burst out a green sword pointed straight forward. In the next moment, all the 20 black robe figures behind him moved, and the surging strength lifted to the sky. At this moment, Jian Wushuang looked at Nan Xiandao. If you go now, you still have time. Little friend, don't be kidding. I will never leave you here. Nan Xian frowned. It's too dangerous here. Go together. He said calmly, I won't go, he won't let me go. Nan Xian wondered. Just rely on him. A guy who is not dying immortal? Jian Wushuang wanted to tell Nan Xian that this guy who is not dying immortal was the second emperor Sun Gongzi under the seat of the emperor of the Great Siu, and his background was much deeper than what he showed. But in the end he did not speak, but took a step forward and stopped Nan Xian behind him. Jian Wushuang, do you think that you can resist the whole world? The sun said in a trembling voice, and the 20 black robes behind him also moved out. The surging force is almost as solid as the essence, and the unique aura comes down. At this moment, Jian Wushuang and Nan Xian's eyes condensed. 20 black robes are 20 evangelists, but these evangelists are no longer ordinary evangelists, but they control the immortal evangelists. Once you control the immortal style, it means you have found your own way, the upward way. Quasi-Dian immortal. 20 quasi-Dian immortals. It's not that I want to resist the whole world, but the whole world will stop me. Jian Wushuang's eyebrows are like swords, extremely proud. With a finger at the long sword, the sun corrected himself. Cut! Rumble! The clouds were filled with smoke, and the power exploded, and the void began to shatter under the influence of 20 quasi-Dian immortals. They all have control of their own fairy style, which is completely different from ordinary fairy cultivating. Therefore, even Jian Wushuang is solemn. The invisible sword wrapped in the bright red gold pattern quietly condensed. Facing 20 quasi-Dian immortals, he directly released Wushuang Jiandao, Wushuang Kendo, Zingehuhe Jianyani, the first star. Under this sword, the void shattered directly and thousands of stars rose up like a giant dragon, devouring everything visible. And Nanxian, who wore a long sword at his waist, also led the sword without any hesitation at this moment. The bright sun condensed behind him, and the 9 golden sun rays followed the sword straight up. At this moment, the void was obscured by the meaning of pure gold. 20 quasi-Dian immortals were swallowed and wrapped like moths to the fire. The giant sound erupted, enough to shatter the shock waves of the heavenly plains, and finally erupted in the southwest of the great sky. The scope of this spread is so wide that the Sun Jiao can't sit back and watch. He hurriedly waved his hand to lower the boundless prestige to suppress the turmoil. As the lord of the entire Demetian is connected to the fortune of Gongzi Jiao, so he can suppress the turmoil at an extremely fast speed. At the same time, the horror in his eyes continued to increase. When did Jian Wushuang grow up to such a point that he could force the 20 quasi-Dian immortals on his own? That is a total of 20 quasi-Dian immortals, enough to destroy any super-universe, but at the moment has no idea of life or death. The resentment towards Jian Wushuang made young Master Jiao unable to bear it anymore, and he directly lifted the sword to shatter the void and slashed towards Jian Wushuang. The void was torn apart, and the young man wearing the ink-gold armor pierced the radiant golden light, and the long sword in his hand broke everything. However, his long sword did not fall on Jian Wushuang's body, but was blocked by a slender and azure real sword. "Hey," I said, "let us go, lest your universe is destroyed." Nanxian said in a loud voice, holding swords in both hands, blocking the young man from the outside. "Get out of here." The Sun Jiao almost went mad, slashing with his sword. The sparks overflowed, but they were all blocked by Nanxian. "Ignorance!" He snorted coldly, and the Zhanqing sword in his hand shook, causing the sun to retreat back 100 feet. Qi and blood surged, and the sun rushed to correct his breath, almost spitting out blood. He couldn't understand why Dian Immortal always appeared beside Jian Wushuang. Chapter 5073. Why is Dian Immortal, who is almost extinct in the entire Desai domain, always appears next to Jian Wushuang? The anger instead calmed down the Sun Jiao. Facing Nanxian, who was Dian Immortal, he no longer shook hard but slowly backed away. The meaning of bright red gold slowly dissipated, and the broken void returned to death. Jian Wushuang, who was standing still holding a sword, stood in the same place. In front of him, all the figures of the 20 quasi-Dian immortals disappeared. Not even a trace of ashes was left. It was just a face-to-face, and directly erased 20 quasi-Dian immortals. This situation even exceeded his expectations, but Jian Wushuang quickly understood that this was almost inevitable. Combining Nangshuan's sword and both swords together, it is impossible for the 20 quasi-Dian immortals to survive. Looking at the devastated celestial plains and emptiness, Jian Wushuang knew that he and Gong Zijin would have no end to death. No longer paying attention to the sun's correction, Nanxian quickly came to him and said, "Hurry up!" But Jian Wushuang shook his head. "You go first. Give me here first." Nanxian said anxiously, "What are you doing here? It would be unwise not to leave at this time." However, Jian Wushuang still firmly motioned him to go first. "Then you don't blame me," Nanxian said, and then he was about to clamp down. "Why are you doing this?" Jian Wushuang sighed secretly and stopped him. "If you don't leave, you really can't leave." Nanxian said loudly, "Even if you can't leave, who can win this seat?" In the next moment, a more ancient and silent aura woke up without any signs. That kind of breath, surpassing the shackles of the existing heavenly way, The vast heavenly way began to collapse and shatter. That is the breath from the Wangu era. Perceiving the coming of such a breath, Nanxian swallowed the following words into his stomach again. His brows twitched. Little friend, how much trouble do you cause? Jian Wushuang didn't speak. Bitterness flashed in his eyes. Only those terrifying existences from the Wangu era were able to crush the heavenly Tao just by relying on aura. And the terrifying existence from that era will never be lower than rank 9. Rank 9 Immortal is a superb existence. Even if Jian Wushuang can kill rank 3 Immortal, he can even fight rank 6 Immortal. But facing rank 9 Immortal, he has no power to fight back. Not to mention, there are no giants who possess this ancient atmosphere. The sun corrected a cruel smile, and behind him, a slender figure appeared at some point. Seeing the appearance of that figure, Jian Wushuang's eyes condensed, and there was an expression of disbelief in his eyes. That figure made him remember deeply. Even now, he hasn't forgotten it at all. The center of the great heaven, the ancient existence that sleeps in Changfu Mountain. Changfu. It was the terrible existence that destroyed the true life of Diqing with its own power and finally died completely. But right now, Changfu's reappearance made Jian Wushuang as if he had fallen into an ice cave. The sun retreated slowly. Changfu, wearing a landscape shirt, nodded slightly and then walked slowly. Nan Xian swallowed his throat, his complexion a little unnatural. As Immortal, he naturally felt the terrible breath of Changfu's body for the first time. He finally understood the meaning of Jian Wushuang's previous words, and now, even if he wanted to leave, he couldn't leave. His eyes were facing away, facing Changfu. Jian Wushuang never took a step back. Long time no see. Changfu nodded slightly and gestured in a friendly way. Although he was a little surprised, he still responded. Diqing, is it okay? Changfu asked again. Jian Wushuang nodded. It's acceptable. The injury is recovering well. In this way, the two of them began to discuss each other. This made Nanxian look a little dumbfounded, and Gong Zijiao was a little bit stunned. He said in a deep voice, Elder Changfu, please wipe out all enemies. As this order came down, the void returned to dead silence. Jian Wushuang knew that the ones who should come will always come back. The invisible sword that envelopes the gods appeared in his hand, and the tip of the sword pointed at Changfu. Nanxian was shocked. He even felt that this scene was extremely unreal. A little, Yanxian. Even the sword is pointing to the Nineth rank Dianxian? Don't blame it on the responsibility. Changfu said softly and then pointed. In an instant, the void shattered and the heavens collapsed. This finger directly shattered all the obstacles and fell on Jian Wushuang's body. Puff! Divine blood was spilled, his chest was completely shattered, and he didn't even make any effective resistance. Nanxian was shocked and hurriedly wanted to help Jian Wushuang, but Changfu's offensive again fell on him afterwards. The severe pain instantly spread all over the limbs. Nanxian only felt that his entire back was completely shattered, and Xianyuan was quickly dissipating. Damn. He passed out completely without finishing a sentence. In just 10 breaths of time, Jian Wushuang became a blood man, and he had no resistance at all. He hugged Changfu, who had passed out and could only breathe. Seeing this scene, although the Sun Jiao couldn't believe it, his ecstasy quickly dispelled his doubts. Holding a long sword, Gong Zijiao decides to personally use a Wushuang sword. But before he left, Changfu took a step ahead of him and opened his palm again. Wangu, and the breath of death gushing out from his palm, making hundreds of thousands of miles of void collapse and shattered. The violent and turbulent wind drilled through the cracks and shattered everything. And Jian Wushuang's figure was eventually swallowed by the void gang Feng and disappeared. The Sun Jiao was shocked. Where is Jian Wushuang? Changfu nodded and said, I have been strangled in the turbulent flow of the void. No, it's impossible. He just died like that. The sun couldn't believe it. This immortal Yanxian, who he regarded as his greatest enemy, died in such a hasty? Gong Zijiao confirmed again. Elder Changfu, he really is dead. Is there no possibility of resurrection? Long nodded, His Royal Highness. It is absolutely impossible. No fairy can escape from my hand. If he was confirmed, he nodded and recovered his calmness again, as if he was not influenced by joy. It's so good. Let's go back first and make plans later. After staying in place for a while, the figure of Gongzi Jiao and Changfu finally disappeared into the void. Everything regained the dead silence. In this battle, the heavenly plane was broken more than 10, and the void was full of holes. As far as I can see, they are all violent winds of the void. But amidst this chaotic and violent wind and void, a pair of eyes with a touch of gold quietly opened. At the beginning, Daiking's men were merciful and left me alive, so the old man survived. Now I will pay him back once. Chapter 5074. The voice of Chang Fu echoed in his mind, repeating it for a long time. In the void and wind, Jian Wushuang's originally broken fairy body recovered at a speed visible to the naked eye. However, it was completely repaired after tens of interest, and Nan Xian, who was paralyzed in his arms, opened his eyes at this moment and said in surprise, "No way, really not dead?" Jian Wushuang nodded calmly. Long before the shot, in the conversation with Chang Fu Bian secretly informed him that he wanted to escape the entanglement of the sun through suspended animation. This is also the reason why Jian Wushuang dies so simply. It's terrible. Why does that exist in this big division? Nan Xian, who had come back from the dead, said with lingering fear, "This is the first time he has come into contact with the 9-turned Dian Immortal so close. After ascending to Dian Immortal, every turn was the abyss of the heavenly moat, and the oppression brought to Nan Xian by the 9th turn was beyond its reach. This is also the reason why Nan Xian was so surprised, because the 9 turns Dian Immortal can only exist in that ancient age. Eventually the Emperor's struggle ended and the Immortals were extinct. Some things can't be said clearly in a few words. What we can do now is leave." Jian Wushuang said calmly. Amidst the chaotic and violent void wind, he slowly got up. Nan Xian also got up and looked at his back with thoughtful eyes. Void gang foam can cause some damage to Yanxian, but to Dianxian it is almost tickling. In order to prevent his own power from being detected, Jian Wushuang signaled Nan Xian to suppress the power and then disappeared into the turbulence with the violent wind. "Little friend, where do you think we will be swept by the wind?" "It's not clear. Since the wind is in the sky, it should be inseparable from this range. Then don't we have to be caught for a long time?" "Maybe. Because the void was too broken. Gang Feng became more violent, and there was no sign of conformity. A huge vortex was spinning in the shattered void, and the stars were dying. These void winds can cause considerable damage to the fairy tale, but the damage to the fairy tale is almost negligible. However, because of the previous battle, under Chang Fussfinger, although Nan Xian did not fall, he still suffered some damage. He couldn't release Yanli to protect himself right now, so he soon passed out again. But Jian Wushuang and Void Gang Feng couldn't break his defense at all, even if the fairy body had no power. Therefore, he held Nan Xian with one arm, like a swimming fish, shuttled in the violent wind. Since Jian Wushuang didn't know much about devotion, he could only walk to the dark one way, letting the wind of the void carry it to any place. Under such a battle, devotion's outer universe was in chaos. The void was shattered, and all the heavens were in turmoil. After sinking into the vortex of the gang wind, Jian Wushuang felt that the gang wind that was tearing his own fairy body gradually dissipated, and the supporting force of the ups and downs also disappeared. As if falling into the boundless darkness, everything is dim. But this unknown bleak lasted less than 10 breaths, and then it suddenly became clear. Jian Wushuang quietly opened his eyes. The misty flowing clouds reflected in his eyes, and even the crimson color unique to Xiaoxia appeared. This is a strange heaven plane. Brother, look, there is something in the sky. No, the sky has changed, the sky has changed. Run, I think the day is falling. Amidst the noise, chaotic waiting sounds continued. Approximately 40 or 50 people carrying a basket. A man with a red chest running along the bank of the water. They were obviously aware of the weird changes in the sky and hurriedly fled. At this time, the youngest and most immature disciple shouted in a hurry, "Master, what should we do with our swords?" The strong man walking in the forefront turned his head and said anxiously, "Run, it's this time, where can I take care of this? Go back and see Master." Upon hearing this, the immature disciple leaned over his teeth and picked up 4 or 5 sword blanks before quickly following the team. Running wild on the bank of the river, all the men looked at the sky with worry. At this moment, the sky above their heads had given birth to countless fine cracks, and a red fire cloud covered the entire sky. And at the very center, a violent vortex began to surge, which seemed to break at any time. At the next moment, the violent vortex seemed to have reached the critical point and began to collapse and break. A crimson beam of 10,000 meters in size suddenly penetrated from the sky, shining the entire earth. As far as the eye can see, everything is the meaning of ethereal guilt. All the running guys stopped and watched this scene in disbelief. They discovered that although the sky was broken, the unbearable power did not destroy anything. Moreover, these rays only existed for a moment and then retreated like a tide, disappearing without a trace. Is this dreaming? The strong man had said in a daze. But soon he discovered that this was not a dream at all, but actually happened. Because although the sky has been repaired, the cracks that haven't faded can still be seen. At this time, the immature disciple holding the sword blank in his arms exclaimed in a low voice, "Master, brother, look at the water!" Following his fingers, all the eyes turned to the water. I saw a figure hovering over the vast water, a figure wearing plain uniforms, with a faint golden glow flowing around him, with a certain indescribable, powerful aura, and he was holding a black figure with his hands around him, hanging quietly above the water. The head of the strong man shrank his pupils, and he saw that powerful figure walking towards him. In the face of such a powerful figure, said that it was confrontational, and even standing still could not stand firmly. The complexion of all the strong men changed drastically and kept backing away. Wow! Because of being too nervous, the immature disciple who was holding a few sword blanks slipped and fell directly into the water with the sword blank. In the next moment, thousands of silky light golden flowers quietly emerged from the water, and then lifted the immature disciple out of the water. Junior brother. The strong man was shocked and wanted to reach out to rescue him, but found that an invisible barrier actually separated them. In this way, thousands of Huamongs supported their immature disciples and flocked to the middle of the river. Brother, take the liberty to talk. Where is this place? Here is where my master lives, called San Siyuan Mountain. San Siyuan Mountain. Chapter 5075. Jian Wushuang only felt his heart surging, and a long-lost excitement emerged again. Even if that thread of hope is more illusory, it still appears, and it appears in a form that is destined by heaven. San Siyuan Mountain, this illusory and extremely difficult place to find, was encountered in the form of a mistake. For a while, Jian Wushuang didn't know what to do, and the immature disciple sitting in the Huamong, although be quite nervous, but more curious and longing. Jian Wushuang, who appeared after breaking through the sky, gave him too much imagination. Powerful, boundlessly powerful, makes his memory deep and hard to forget. After tidying up his mind, Jian Wushuang said, "Then is this place for the master, Su Tuo's retreat?" "Ah, Su Tuo." The young disciple was startled. Who is he? Before he could speak again, the strong man who had been standing on the shore stepped forward and said, "Guest, why are you looking for my master?" Jian Wushuang breathed a sigh of relief secretly when he heard this, and then said, I am here to ask the divine craftsman about some problems that have been troubled for many days. The strong man frowned slightly. But my master never meets guests easily. I'm afraid you may not be able to see it if you go. I still want to see it, otherwise it's hard to sleep and eat, Jian Wushuang said, and at the same time he threw Nanxian aside, solemnly arched his hands. At this moment, a thin man secretly pulled the corner of the strong man's clothes and whispered, "Big brother, you can't take him. You don't know how long it has been since Master has seen a guest. I'm afraid I really want to take him there. Master will anger us." "You didn't see the younger brother in his hands. If we don't let go now, there will be disaster," said the strong man. The lean man wanted to say more, but after a sigh, he stopped saying more. Immediately afterwards, he handed his hand and said, "If the visitor insists, I will naturally attract the visitor. But before then, can I put my junior brother back?" Jian Wushuang was startled, and then he secretly said in confusion, and quickly sent the immature disciple back to the bank. Unexpectedly, as soon as he landed, the strong man directly raised his hand and gave him 2 sugar chestnuts on his head. The immature disciple suddenly felt wronged and said, "Big brother, what are you doing with me?" "I will teach you later. I can't remember anything," the strong man said angrily. Then he turned and arched his hands. "If this is the case, please come with us." Jian Wushuang nodded, picked up Nanxian, who was still in a drowsy state, and followed closely. At this point, nearly 50 burly men with red boars and carrying baskets walked on the waterfront and marched into the mountains. The youngest and immature disciple walked at the end of the team, holding the sword blank in one hand and stroking his head with the other, muttering, "It turns out that my master's name is Su Tuo." Like an ink-painting scroll, Mo's Han is lined with long water and stretches into the distance. Cyan is the only main color. Jian Wushuang carried Nanxian, who was still drowsy, and walked at the forefront of the team, alongside the strong man. There was nothing to say all the way, but Jian Wushuang had grasped the details one by one during this period of time. The arms of these accompanying men are extremely strong, and most of them have spark burn marks on the forearms, and there are shiny iron filings on the trouser legs, which are caused by cast iron over the years. At the same time, these men also honored the master Su Tuo, the master craftsman. Both the front and the side proved that this is San Siwen Mountain. "I don't know what the guest's name is," the strong man finally said. Jian Wushuang nodded slightly. Sword word, Wushuang. "Sword, master sword." He suddenly looked embarrassed. "My master has a weird temperament and has never been seen in the world. I am afraid it is not easy to ask for a visit here. Are there any obstacles?" Jian Wushuang asked. The sturdy man nodded. "Master has a weird temper, and he never showed it to the public, so he set up 3 barriers for the sake of leisure. And after the 3 barriers, it is possible to see him." "Okay, I'll do it," he said, his eyes calm. He didn't think it was making things difficult. Jian Wushuang's simplicity and calmness surprised the burly man. When he reacted, Jian Wushuang was already on the road alone. All the men stayed in place, staring at his back. The lean man embraced his arms, his expression played with taste. Yu said, "Can he really break 3 levels?" A man opened his mouth and said, "He can poke a hole in the sky. What else can stop him?" At this time, a calm-facing man said, "Even if you poke a hole in the sky, you may not be able to break the 3 barriers of our master. Don't forget, no monk has seen the true face of our master. But he doesn't look like an ordinary monk. No matter how powerful it is, can he still be an immortal? Don't forget, even if he is an immortal, he will be restrained when he reaches Sansuan Mountain." The strong man waved his hand. "Okay, don't make any noise. Now the top priority is to see the master and let him make a decision. Then let's go. I always feel something bad is happening." With the sound of footsteps getting away, all the men disappeared in place and did not enter the mountain. This is a mountain, to be precise, a sword mountain. Every 100 steps, there will be a sword, or a sword blank that is not even a sword inserted diagonally on the ground. standing up forever. An unspeakable killing was swept by the desperate meaning. Stepping into this magnificent and heavy sword mountain, Jian Wushuang became cautious. If there is a mountain pass, then this sword mountain must be the first pass. In order to be able to see the master craftsman Su Tuo, he was extremely careful, looking very hard just at the foot of the mountain. No less than 100,000 sword blanks were inserted diagonally. It's just that the 100,000 handle sword blank is all iron, and it will not resonate with the sword holder, and even the semi-divided wisdom is not born. Walking here, the sword formation is magnificent, making Jian Wushuang think deeply. He was wondering who made these sword blanks without wisdom and why they were abandoned halfway. At this moment, Nanxian woke up from his drowsiness, stretched out a long, lazy waist, his expression wilted. "Little friend, where is this place?" Jian Wushuang was helpless, and then told him about the development of the accident. Listening to it, Nanxian said in surprise, "No way! Is there such a coincidence?" "Whether it's correct or not, always try to do it." After Jian Wushuang said these last words, he went straight forward. "Little friend, wait for me. The vastness of Jianshan is shrouded by misty clouds." The two figures moved forward firmly, not caring about the sword wind swept over them. Soon, Jian Wushuang, who was walking forward, discovered the clues in the Jianshan mountain. The sword blanks all over the foot of the mountain began to sparse gradually as they continued to rise. Chapter 5076. The sword blank with no would gradually disappeared, and finally disappeared completely when it reached the position halfway up the mountain. Instead, it was a brand new real sword, and years did not seem to leave a mark on the swords of these real swords. They were brand new as if they had just been cast, with strong derivation coming out of the sword and then converging into a thin fairy mist. These true swords are already worthy of ordinary monks, but in Jian Wushuang's view, they still lacked one of the most important things, the resonant wisdom. A true sword can only resonate with the sword bearer if it produces wisdom, but it was a pity that he didn't feel the wisdom from any of these real swords. At this time, Nanxian suddenly reminded, "Little friend pays attention. I feel the not weak aura fluctuations on the top of the mountain." Jian Wushuang nodded, and he also felt the fluctuation from the top of the mountain. There are even more true swords in the entire mountainside than at the foot of the mountain, roughly no fewer than 200,000. But even with these 200,000 real swords, no sagacity has emerged in a lifetime. Although quite confused about this, Jian Wushuang still wandered towards the top of the mountain. As the first of the 3 levels, he didn't believe it would be so easy. Sure enough, the next moment, the top of the mountain trembled suddenly, and then the sword curtain made up of countless real swords fell from the sky. Boom! The mountains were trembling. Nanxian raised his eyebrows and prepared to do it, but Jian Wushuang took a step ahead of him. He took a step forward and suddenly waved his right arm, and suddenly 10,000 strands of sword light appeared. When the two collided, the entire Jianshan was shaken, and the true swords within nearly 1,000 miles were all shattered into dust. And that sword curtain was also shattered, scattered across the wild. The original crisis was solved in this way. But Jian Wushuang did not stay in the slightest. His figure straightened up to the top of the mountain. Nanxian followed closely and quickly followed, stepping on the top of the mountain. A different kind of breath from the foot of the mountain diffused, and even the clouds turned dark red. It was an ancient and desolate aura, grandiose, breathless. That kind of loneliness seemed to transcend the concept of time, so that even the immortals cannot feel it. Looking at it, on the top of the dark brown ruin mountain, a long sword with a broken handle, either diagonally inserted or buried in the mud, left nothing but unspeakable desolation. Although every sword is broken, the remaining sword body is still full of sharpness, and the years have not captured an inch of sharpness. Here, it was like having gone through an extremely tragic battle. The sword-bearer had long since disappeared, leaving only the earth soaked in blood. Here, there is only sadness left. Nan Xian murmured, and then picked up a handful of soil from the ground under his feet. The soil is blood-red and seems to be infiltrated repeatedly. Here, it is not Jian Shan, but Jian Tomb. After Jian Wushuang said this, he looked at all the broken swords. Even after countless years, even if the sword body is broken, these long swords still possess spiritual wisdom. Jian Wushuang could even faintly feel the resonance. At this time, an old voice from an unknown source sounded. That's right, this is indeed the sword tomb, and it's where I will end up. As soon as this voice sounded, Jian Wushuang and Nan Xian became vigilant at the same time, and even Yan Li was released at the same time. Don't worry, I won't do anything to you. Just want to talk to you. With the falling of this sound, all the broken swords uttered softly. Immediately afterwards, a black robe figure appeared from the top of the mountain, and then walked down slowly. With every step he took, all the broken swords were moving, catering to them, and seemed to see old friends who had not reunited for a long time. Jian Wushuang's heart is already hanging high, and he can clearly feel the terrifying figure of this black robe that is from the ancient aura. I have been asleep for a long time and haven't spoken for a long time. But after a few breaths, the black robe figure came to Jian Wushuang, and then stretched out his thin palm and pulled down the hood covering his face. The hood was pulled down, revealing an old but extremely determined face, like a sword breathtaking. Jian Wushuang didn't speak. Looking at the face of the old man in front of him, he actually had a familiar feeling. And Nan Xian was even more speechless. Although he was already a Dayan immortal, the aura from the old man in front of him easily crushed him. Therefore, none of them dared to act rashly. Looking at their cautious faces, the black-robed old man smiled warmly. Don't be afraid, I'm just a broken sword spirit, and I won't have any malice against you. Sword spirit. Jian Wushuang's heart trembled, and he looked at the black-robed old man who claimed to be a sword spirit in front of him in disbelief. Only a real sword can lead to a deeper path. As early as when he saw this black-robed old man, Jian Wushuang had guessed his identity, but the only thing he didn't expect was Jianling. What a terrifying existence is the sword spirit that can grow to such a point. This is an unimaginable existence, even far more incredible than the sword fairy. The soul is born by the instrument, and the soul is transformed by the soul, and eventually becomes a sword spirit, and it continues to rise to the limit, reaching the ultimate. And now this old man is the ultimate sword spirit. At this time, the black-robed old man chuckled again. I forgot to say that long before I fell asleep, I was already the pinnacle of great fairy. Peak Dayan Immortal, above rank 9, is the closest existence to the Emperor's perception. Even in the age of ancient times, Peak Dayan Immortal was extremely rare. And this black-robed old man is not just a sword spirit, but also a pinnacle great fairy. This has completely exceeded Jian Wushuang's imagination. A sword spirit has ascended to the pinnacle of great development immortal. What level of existence should its owner be? Nan Xian was completely speechless. During with Jian Wushuang, the things that happened, the Yanxian he saw, and even the existence of the legendary Dayanxian, they are far beyond imagination. The realm he was so proud of at first seemed to feel so unworthy. Jian Wushuang swallowed his throat. He would never have thought that there would be such a terrifying existence in these 3 inches of mountains. The black-robed old man didn't care about the shock in his eyes at all, and continued, "Little friend, the stars and rivers are turning. The Chinese New Year is changing. I would like to ask, where is this place where I sleep?" Although he was shocked in his heart, Jian Wushuang still experienced countless battles, and soon calmed down, saying, "Belonging to the big division domain." "Great, see you?" "Very good, very good." The black-robe old man showed a very satisfied expression. "Then I will ask again, who is the emperor of this big CU?" The emperor in the big division is Zhen Wuyang. Speaking of this, Jian Wushuang's eyes clearly understood a bit. Chapter 5077. A pinnacle great, Yanxian asked such a grand question, which in itself already explained the problem. Jian Wushuang had roughly guessed who the master of the sword spirit was. After learning the news, the black-robed old man's complexion recovered, and he nodded and said, "The emperor's fate." Immediately afterwards, his gaze circulated on Jian Wushuang and Nanxian, and finally fell on Jian Wushuang. "Little friend, I wonder if you have met Emperor Zhen Wuyang." When this sentence fell, the black-robed old man shook his head and laughed at himself. "I'm so confused. How can I ask such a question?" "I have seen it." Jian Wushuang followed, his expression as calm as ever. The black-robed old man's eyes condensed instantly, and he couldn't believe it. "You really have seen it. How can you possibly have seen it?" No wonder the black-robed old man had such a reaction. "You must know that as the emperor of the entire vast and endless great division, Zhen Wuyang is already the supreme existence. The heaven where the heaven is located is the heaven. Just the heaven is not something that ordinary evangelists can look up to, let alone seeing the true face of Zhen Wuyang." Therefore, the black-robed old man would be so gaff about Jian Wushuang's words. In order to avoid the hidden dangers caused by words, Jian Wushuang added, "When the heavenly court feasted, I used to wait and see from afar." He suddenly realized, that's how it is. Although there were loopholes in the words, he was still prevarication. Jian Wushuang couldn't help but breathed a sigh of relief. He could feel that the old man was innocent, just reminiscing about some things in the past. At this time, the black-robed old man spoke again. "Since the little friend has seen Emperor Zhen Wuyang, have you seen another one?" "Who?" "An immortal who followed Zhenmiang Emperor, named Yu Chang." Hearing this name taboo, Jian Wushuang's thoughts trembled. He was far more familiar with this name taboo than Zhen Wuyang. The first escape from the dead, the second escape from the dead, and the fate of one side in the heavenly court made him particularly impressed. Jian Wushuang nodded. "I have seen it." The black-robed old man showed a rare expression of joy. "Then how is he doing? What is his diligence?" "Everything is fine, it's okay." "It's so good, I'm relieved." He nodded, his eyes filled with contented smiles. "Since all the news has been learned, then I have no reason for you to stay." Jian Wushuang's heart moved. If the black-robe elder didn't stop him, then this first level would have passed. As the voice fell, he stretched out his hand and waved, and in an instant all the scenes retreated like a tide. "The obsession is over. I will really fall asleep next. Thank you, little friend." The black-robe old man said with a smile. Jian Wushuang was startled. He suddenly realized where the heavy twilightness came from. This black-robed old man is inevitably heading for destruction. As if to confirm his speculation, the black-robed old man finally said, "The old man is about to die, and there is nothing that can be done. If the little friend doesn't dislike it, he has the right to think about it." As the voice fell, a thumb-sized object was thrown towards Jian Wushuang. He stretched out his hand to catch it, and it was an inky blue diamond crystal, in which the brilliance flowed, exuding unparalleled power. In the center of this little Lingjing, there is a word "you." "Little friend, cherish it." After speaking these last words, the figure of the black-robed old man turned into a long wind, scattered invisible. An inky blue huamang was like a swimming fish and a light swallow, moving in the air, and finally returned to the diamond crystal in Jian Wu's hands. Jian Wushuang looked at the diamond crystal in his hand, a sword spirit from that ancient time, the peak Dian Immortal, just like that. He barely left any traces, nor any earth-shaking scenes, and disappeared. It's embarrassing. After adjusting his mind, Jian Wushuang looked at Nanxian. "Let's go, what are you still in a daze?" After returning to his senses, Nanxian looked at him with a wry smile and said, "The more I get along, the more I find that I can't see you through you. If you can't see through, just keep it and watch it slowly. The top priority right now is to get out of here, Jian Wushuang said, squeezing the Lingjing into his arms. Nan Xian nodded and followed him down the mountain. Standing on the top of the mountain, Jian Wushuang looked back at the place where the black-robed old man was standing and left. The whole Sword Mountain or Sword Mound seemed to have no aura anymore. All true swords and sword blanks disappeared and became a green mountain. After leaving Jianshan, the road ahead is no longer a rugged mountain road, but a broad road paved with bluestone. The avenue is so wide that it stretches into the depths of the clouds. The second level. Jian Wushuang was puzzled, but still set foot forward. As soon as he set foot on the bluestone avenue, a strange aura quietly rose. The incomparably hot aura suddenly rose from the wilds and burned everything. In the state of Jian Wushuang's very body, he felt this strange hotness, but this extremely hot breath quickly disappeared and was replaced by the extreme cold. Alternating hot and cold makes people uncomfortable to the extreme. What is it so weird? Nan Xian frowned, then stretched out his hand to stir in the air. He is actually modifying the rules of this world. If Yanxian is above the Tao of Heaven, then Dianxian is not only above the Tao of Heaven, but can also modify the rules of the Tao of Heaven at will. As for Nan Xian as Dian Immortal, it was nothing more than simple for him to modify the heaven and earth's way of heaven and earth. Soon he finished the revision and changed the weird weather into a cloudless empty. Jian Wushuang couldn't laugh or cry. He made such a big move to modify the way of heaven, but for the sake of the weather, only Nan Xian could do it. Okay, this horrible weather is gone. Let's hurry as soon as possible. He raised his eyebrows and said with a smug face. Jian Wushuang nodded before going forward. The first pass Jianshan didn't have any fluctuations. Then the second pass might increase the difficulty. He was not sure whether the master craftsman Su Tuo would increase the difficulty, so he treated it with all his strength. There was such a terrifying ancient breaking power sleeping in Jianshan. Jian Wushuang didn't think it would be easy next. This broad road, paved with bluestone, is likely to be the second level. Only through this broad avenue can it be possible to see the craftsman Su Tuo. Although Jian Wushuang was not sure whether he could unlock the secrets on the bone armor of the Tianzi after seeing the master Su Tuo, he still had no hesitation. Even if the news is more illusory, I still look for it. At this moment, Nan Xian suddenly said, "Little friend, you said that on this avenue there will be no immortals guarding here, right?" Chapter 5078. The corners of Jian Wushuang's mouth moved slightly, and when he was about to speak, he was interrupted by a wave of restless wind. Energetic. Both of them were vigilant at the same time, staring sharply at the clouds lingering on both sides of the avenue. Where is the visitor? Dare to come here to disturb? An ethereal but extremely calm voice resounded, and then a crisp crane came out of the clouds. Then the clouds broke open, and a red-crowned white crane with wings spread 10 miles flew out, and on the back of the white crane sat a long eyebrow and long-beard white-robe old man. "Good fellow, what are you talking about?" Nan Xian whispered, ready to fight. The white-robed old man jumped down and landed on the bluestone avenue, and the red-crowned white crane with its wings spread 10 miles in the wind changed and became a boy when he landed. One old and one young, one tall and one short, 2 fairy gods stood there, blocking the way forward. However, this is only the beginning. Several figures broke through the clouds and fell to the main road, blocking their way together. There are a total of 5 physiques, 5 evangelists, centered on the white-robed old man, walking towards Jian Wushuang. "Where is the visitor? Dare to come here to disturb?" Nan Xiangang wanted to do something, but was stopped by Jian Wushuang. Then he said, "I have no intention of harassing. I am waiting to come here just to see the craftsman Su Tuo, and I beg you to help me out." "Quiet it. Then please come back. The craftsman Sutua never sees guests. The white-robed old man said in full, suppressed in his voice. Jian Wushuang didn't care and continued, please tell me, just to solve your doubts. Once you are done, you will leave immediately. Are you not able to understand the words or something? Do you really want this general to expel you? The big man with round ears said angrily. Looking for death. Nan Xian snorted coldly and slapped a palm in the air. The next moment, the big man with square ears and round face snorted without any warning, and his huge figure was directly taken away. 2 nosebleeds drew an arc in the air, and then all fell on the white robe of the old man. All this happened so quickly that when the remaining Yanxian reacted, the big man with square ears and round face collapsed on the ground and passed out. Regardless of wiping off the nosebleeds on the white robe, the old man with long beard and beard shouted in his throat, "Do it! Be careful to keep your hands. Just stun all of you. It will be troublesome if you don't continue the meeting." Jian Wushuang quickly asked, for fear that Nan Xian would kill him. "Don't worry, I will treat them well." Nan Xian lowered his eyebrows and smiled, and his figure disappeared in place instantly. Then the next battle lasted only 10 breaths, and after 10 breaths, the wind stopped. Nan Xian stood back to Jian Wushuang's side and let out a sigh of relief. "It's really unhappy." Jian Wushuang shook his head helplessly. In front of him, the group of immortals who had just had the bones of immortality were all tied together at this moment, and they all passed out. The fainted Yanxian didn't even think that it would be Dianxian who would fight them. This is almost crushing. As long as Nan Xian thinks, one finger can crush them completely. With a group of Shouguan immortals being knocked unconscious, such a broad avenue leading to the clouds was completely opened. Jian Wushuang sighed silently before moving on. Even if there are hundreds of immortals on the road ahead, for him now, all solutions are only a matter of time. How can it be possible to return to the starting point after reaching a higher level? What's more, there was a genuine Dian immortal accompanying him on the journey this time, and he would definitely not lose. 3 levels have gone to 2 levels, only the last level is left. At the end of the broad avenue there are rolling peaks, endless clouds and mists are rolling and rising. On the top of this rolling mountain, a suspension bridge spanning thousands of miles is suspended in the clouds. Dangerous and dangerous. It's really enough to pretend to be gods and ghosts, and to walk through mountains and rivers to meet each other. Standing in front of the suspension bridge, Nan Xian sighed. In this situation, there is really a bit of meaning in the mundane world that men pursue women. Jian Wushuang smiled slightly, with a lot of emotion. Nan Xian also smiled. Naturally, there will be more emotions. After all, I have spent life after life in the earthly world, watching them rise up high-rise buildings and watch them collapse. Naturally, I will have a lot of emotion. They are only a short life, not enough time for us to breathe, but they still live diligently, which is really worthy of praise. Jian Wushuang quietly listened to his sentiment, and there was a softness in his eyes. From the beginning, you can see the main road. In this way, a discussion was unfolded in this cloud top. Yunyan is ethereal, gathered together and scattered. I don't know how long it took. When the suspension bridge under his feet disappeared and was replaced by a solid ground, Jian Wushuang realized that the last part of the road was gone without any waves. The 3rd level is it also passed? He still felt a little incredulous. At this time a clear voice sounded. "No, of course it hasn't happened yet. I am here, you have thought about it. I am afraid it will be difficult." As the sound fell, the clouds quickly dissipated, and a series of pavilions above the clouds appeared, row upon row of grandeur to the extreme. On the opposite side of Jian Wushuang, a young man with a red chest and extremely strong arms, holding a long sword, looks unwavering. This is an immortal, cold and aloof. He looked at Jian Wushuang and said directly, "I want to fight you." Nan Xian smiled. "This kid, I really can't think of it." Jian Wushuang didn't care about it and nodded. "Okay, but before that, I want to ask you first. Does the craftsman Su Tuo live here? Say it first. The young man yelled and cut it down with a sword. Nan Xian retreated to make room for this fight. Facing the falling sword, Jian Wushuang didn't release the invisible sword, but with his hands on his back, he greeted him straight up. With a sword in the air, smashing the clouds by hundreds of feet, he just leaned slightly to hide. This young man is a fairy, as opponent's long sword control is also extremely accurate. Step by step, close to Jian Wushuang, thousands of sword lights burst out from the sword, like a huge light covering the sky coming down. However, Jian Wushuang just waved his arm and smashed the sword light in the air. Immediately afterwards, he stood upright and came directly in front of the young man. He stretched out his middle and quietly clamped the sword. Ding! There was a crisp sound, and the snow-white long sword broke into several segments, leaving only one hilt. One finger pinched off the long sword. The sword was dazzling with no double face color, and a burst of force popped out of the fingers, which directly smashed the young man out. The cloud shattered, and he rolled in embarrassment in the air, and finally fell in front of a pavilion. Haha. When he turned over, he gasped, "I don't believe it. Come again." Chapter 5079. The young man, Yan Xian, got up quickly, took out a long sword from somewhere, and cut it at Jian Wushuang. This time, Jian Wushuang's movements were even faster. Almost the moment the young man left, he shot. Using his palm as a sword, Jian Wushuang drew towards his head and seized his long sword at an unimaginable speed. The young man, who flew upside down, barely stopped his figure, his eyes full of humiliated resentment. Jian Wushuang, who had captured the long sword, didn't rush to do it. Instead, he glanced at the long sword in his hand. Made it by himself? I want you to take care of it. The young man's complexion suddenly turned red, as if he had been stabbed in a sore spot, trying to reach out his hand to regain the sword. But Jian Wushuang took a step ahead of him. His arm shook hard, and the long sword in his palm was shattered, leaving only one hilt. The long sword shattered, and the blade shattered into pieces, falling like snowflakes. You are deceiving too much. The young man was furious, and suddenly drew out a long sword, stabbing Jian Wushuang. Jian Wushuang could bend to avoid it, and at the same time said, "The sword is too brittle and has no aura. The only thing worthy of praise is that the impurities have been completely tempered and cast very carefully." The young man stiffened, but then continued to fight again. Jian Wushuang seemed to be extremely interested in seizing the sword, and within a few breaths he seized another sword. This sword is better, much better than the two previous sword blanks, but it's still a sword blank. You dare to deceive people too much. This sword is also good, but it's still a blank. Come again. In this way, what was originally a fight turned into a farce fight. The young man was like a sword library, constantly drawing out his long sword to stab Jian Wushuang. But Jian Wushuang, like a master, stood in the clouds and grabbed the sword and commented, then shattered one by one. In the end, the young man simply handed the sword in his hand, waiting for comments. Watching this scene, Nan Xian couldn't help but was dumbfounded. Can it be like this? In the end, the young man was unwilling to speak. Who are you, and why do you know swords so much? Jian Wushuang didn't answer him, but he said, Okay, all the questions are answered. Now it's up to you to answer my questions. No, the young man simply refused. I won't tell you that my master lives here. Okay. The air solidified, and the corners of his mouth twitched slightly. He had obviously realized that he was the fastest for a while, and he told Master. Jian Wushuang sighed. It seemed that this guy's head was not working well. The next moment, a somewhat sullen voice sounded. Enough, you stupid fool. You have cast your head as a fool. Jian Wushuang's eyes condensed for an instant, looking at the clouds ahead. The clouds were far and near, mottled sparks flying in it like a huge furnace, and the clouds and smoke began to turn red. After hearing this reprimand, The young man hurriedly knelt on one knee, his face flushed to the equator. "Master, forgive me. The disciple is dull, and failed to complete your request." The clouds seemed to boil, like a melting furnace, and the entire sky began to boil. Seeing this scene, Jian Wushuang's breathing was a little short. The closer he got to the truth, the more it made him nervous. As the sky blushed and boiled, a slightly squat figure slowly walked from far to near from the end of the sky. Perceiving the fluctuations in the air, Nan Xian's expression changed. He hurriedly hurried to Jian Wushuang's side and whispered, "Attention, the person who came is a Dian immortal whose strength is not below me." He nodded. How could Su Tuo, who is so famous and extremely mysterious in the entire Desai domain, not Dian immortal? Moreover, Jian Wushuang guessed that the craftsman Su Tuo might have existed since that ancient time. Walking slowly on the fiery red flowing clouds was an old man with a slightly black face and a relatively short stature. He stared into a pair of bull's eyes, carrying his hands on his back, and he was proud of himself without anger. When the young man saw this, he trembled and buried his head lower. Jian Wushuang retreated half a step, nodding slightly. The stocky old man with a black and red face stepped into the air, stood in front of him, and then looked directly at Jian Wushuang, looking up and down. After a long while, he said coldly, "Is it you who guided me without shame?" Jian Wushuang said in a condensed voice, "I can't talk about guidance, but I don't want to waste such a good seed." "Good Miaozi." The stocky old man suddenly sneered. "My disciple is notoriously dull. Among my many disciples, it is the countdown. How can good Miaozi say?" The young man, kneeling on one knee, heard Master's conclusion of the coffin. His face suddenly turned pale, the fairy body began to tremble, and it seemed that he might collapse at any time. The blow of this language is far more terrifying than the previous sword capture. Despair breeds. At this time, Jian Wushuang spoke again. To cast a sword is to cast a heart. The suffering in it is far beyond what an ordinary monk can bear. There are countless swordsmiths in the universe, but who is worthy of being a craftsman? Who is worthy of casting the most precious treasure? In fact, it was already destined at the very beginning. Hearing this, the short and fat old man sneered. "Absurd! Who dares to say that it is destined?" Jian Wushuang smiled and looked at him. "Dare to ask, senior, but is the craftsman Su Tuo?" "Yes." The humpty old man said simply, "But what does it have to do with your destiny?" After he was confirmed, he secretly breathed a sigh of relief, and then continued, "Then dare to ask, how many disciples are there under the seat of the master?" "Junior, you are killing my patience." The stocky old man frowned, obviously in dissatisfaction. Jian Wushuang smiled slightly. "Don't dare, but the kid dare to assert that no matter how many disciples there are under the seat of the master craftsman, there will be and only 2 of them that can reach your level in the end." The figure of the pudgy old man who was frowning was obviously startled, calm, and there was a hint of shock that could not be hidden in his eyes. But soon he recovered and continued to sneer. "Huh! It's pure nonsense. You don't even know how many disciples under the old man's seat. You dare to make such an assertion? No matter how many, there will only be 2. Jian Wushuang smiled mysteriously. "Senior dared to take a bet. Which 2 do I know?" "Bet. Why don't you dare to gamble? I'm afraid that you will speak wild words." The chunky old man disdainfully said, "Then take a gamble." "Happy senior, if I guess which 2 they are, please promise me one condition." "Naturally, as long as you have guessed it, let alone one condition. There are 10, and I will depend on you." Jian Wushuang nodded, raised his palm directly, pointed at the young man who was still kneeling in the cloud, and said firmly, "This is the first one." The long wind blew up suddenly, making the young man whose mood fell into the bottom of his mind to lift his body. Chapter 5080. He couldn't believe it. It was only a few hours after this meeting that he broke off his young man Yenxian, who had nearly 100 long swords. It was too unimaginable to say that he could match Master's words in the future. Seeing Jian Wushuang so determined, even the stocky old man was shocked, but quickly dismissed. "It's really ridiculous, nonsense." Jian Wushuang smiled slightly. "I am nonsense, only you know." "Tell me why." The stocky old man stared at him, rather solemnly. He nodded and continued, "The reason is very simple. His sword-making technique is not clever. It can even be said that he is still in the introductory stage. It can be seen that this is clumsy. However, he used diligence to make up for his weakness. Only in the previous battle, he showed nearly 100 swords, and one was better than one. If I guess right, the swords he forged definitely exceeded 10,000. The young man kneeling in the clouds suddenly raised his head when he heard the words, looking at Jian Wushuang in disbelief, as if he was surprised by the secret discovery. After listening, the short and fat old man shook his head and said, "Diligence can make up for the clumsiness. This is a ridiculous saying. From ancient times to today, how many monks can reach the end?" Jian Wushuang smiled. "Qin can indeed make up for the clumsiness, but this is only as an initial condition, and more importantly, will his master spare no effort to teach?" "Huh." He shook his sleeves. "The words are irrational. Then who else is this disciple?" Nan Xian was quite nervous watching from the side, and in the mist he clearly came here with Jian Wushuang. Why did he not find anything? But Jian Wushuang was talking? Jian Wushuangdo said, "The youngest disciple with the most agile eyes is the second one." As soon as this remark came out, the short and fat old man could no longer conceal the astonishment in his eyes, and a terrifying force directly covered the entire sky. "Who are you, and how do you know so much? Say." Nan Xian was like a great enemy, and also released a surging and terrifying force. But Jian Wushuang is still very indifferent, completely unaffected by the short and fat old man. "I'm here just to ask Senior Master Craftsman a question, and there are no other messy thoughts. As for why I know so much, you calm down first before I tell them one by one." In an instant, the tit-for-tat power dissipated, and the stocky old man recovered his previous indifference. But there was no more contempt in his eyes. "Please say." Jian Wushuang nodded and said, "I've been looking for Senior Master Craftsman for some time and finally entered this world under the accidental collision. And even more coincidentally, I met Senior Masters. There are nearly 50 disciples. Due to the vision of the sky, those disciples fled in panic, and even discarded the sword blanks on the shore at will. But one of them fell into the water because he firmly embraced the sword blank. It was I who rescued him and had a brief conversation. From his eyes, I saw unspeakable obsession and talent far beyond my peers. These 2 disciples are my choice." After speaking the last sentence, Jian Wushuang nodded and looked at the stocky old man. Silent for a long while, the world was silent. The short and fat old man has sharp eyes like a sword, and he is constantly looking at him. He said in a hoarse voice for a long time, "Are you the one who sits down?" "No, I am not a force of any kind, only a tourist floating in the sky and the earth." Jian Wushuang said decisively without hesitation. He seemed to be judging whether what he said was true or not, and finally he smiled secretly. "Really an interesting junior." "Well, I've said enough. Let me do it." After the short and fat old man finished speaking, he turned and walked toward the depths of the clouds, and his voice also sounded. "Don't kneel there, idiot. Cast me 1,000 more swords, and after the casting, go to Jianshan." Upon hearing this, the young man solemnly said, "Observe, master." Jian Wushuang smiled and shook his head, bringing Nan Xian to keep up with the stocky old man. Immediately afterwards, the young man followed him step by step, then solemnly arched his hands. "I am stupid and can't say anything, but I still have to solemnly thank you." Jian Wushuang smiled and waved his hand. "Thank me, I don't have to. I will pester your master more and learn more." "I will." He was very firm, his eyes hot. After going through the last level, The craftsman Su Tua took the initiative to show up, which saved Jian Wushuang a lot of troubles and gave him a preliminary understanding of Su Tua. The Sansuan Mountain universe is far larger than some ordinary universes, and it is very powerful and suitable for cultivation. But Jian Wushuang guessed that in the entire Sansuan Mountain universe, there are no more than 100 monks, or even fewer. However, although monks are rare, there are so many pavilions in the sky, and you can easily feel the exquisiteness when you shuttle through them. The stocky old man carried his hands on his back and moved forward unhurriedly. But Jian Wushuang followed, closely behind, did not speak, and was content. For nearly half an hour, shuttled through the clouds, and finally came to a very magnificent dojo. The dojo is square with 100,000 li on the edge, and is made of black rock. There is a peculiar atmosphere that surrounds the whole dojo. If it is not too shocking to talk about this dojo alone, what makes Jian Wushuang feel surprised is the giant cauldron placed on the dojo. There are a total of 10 giant cauldrons, each of which is huge to the extreme, like sacred mountains on the dojo. The black-red magma, like boiling soup, rolled and roared in the giant cauldron, and the boundless sparks overflowed with shock. At the same time, the derivation in the sky formed 10 violent eddies, all of which poured into the giant cauldron, shocking. It is conceivable that once the magma in the giant cauldron falls, it will be an unimaginable disaster. Here is the dojo where the master Su Tua created the most treasures. The stocky old man stopped and looked at Jian Wushuang. You are the only outsiders who have come here besides the disciples under my seat. It's an honor. Jian Wushuang nodded. The pudgy old man was extremely satisfied and couldn't help but nodded. The humble junior, he has the demeanor of the old man. Next, under his guidance, Jian Wushuang and Nan Xian proudly entered this magnificent dojo. Layers of dark blue power fluctuations are like a huge enchantment protecting this square dojo. Stepping into it, an unspeakable pressure hits his face in an instant. Unprepared, even Nan Xian, who is Immortal, couldn't help but snorted. The weight here is far more than any heaven, even hundreds of times the void. I am afraid that if Yanxian rushes to set foot here, he will instantly suffer irreparable damage. Chapter 5081. Even Jian Wushuang felt that layers of shackles were added to him, and he couldn't breathe. The short and fat old man seemed to have taken it for a long time, and then explained, "The heavy pressure here is deliberately made by me, and the purpose is to quench the impurities in each piece of slab." After hearing this, Nan Xian mumbled softly, "No wonder it's so short, I didn't even let it go." The chunky old man didn't care about Nan Xian's words, but turned to look at Jian Wushuang. "Junior, how do you feel?" "Fortunately, it's okay." After adjusting quickly, he nodded. Then the pudgy old man looked at him and said with interest, "You are not as simple as just a fairy, no matter from the performance or the degree of meticulousness. You are not like it." Jian Wushuang smiled and said, "What do seniors look like to me?" "I don't know, but I can feel that you are not as simple as it appears. More importantly, I feel loneliness in you." "Lonely? Maybe there is." The short and fat old man waved his hand. "Well, let's not talk nonsense. What is the purpose of your coming to me this time? Let me make a treasure for you or barter." "Neither. I just want to ask seniors to solve their doubts," Jian Wushuang said, and at the same time solemnly took out a palm-sized object from the Boyang bottle. It is a bone armor with a sky pattern, white and shiny, engraved with dense patterns of vicissitudes of life. Due to the infiltration of Emperor Hui and Yanli in the Boyang vase, the entire sky-shaped bone armor was covered with a faint white glow. The appearance of such a sky-shaped bone armor directly attracted the eyes of the short and fat old man. With his eyes widened to the maximum, he hurriedly snatched the bone armor of the sky characters from Jianhui's hands and looked at it carefully. But Jian Wushuang didn't dare to breathe in the air, concentrated his eyes. His mind was extremely nervous. The news about Master Xuanyi is currently the only one in this great development that has something to do with the bone armor of the sky character pattern. If no one is complacent, then it can be said that Xian Yi's news has been completely ruined. This is an unacceptable fact for Jian Wushuang. For tens of millions of years, only Master Xian Yi has been closely related to his growth, and he is absolutely unwilling to completely ruin the news of Xian Yi at this last moment. Therefore, at this moment, it affects his heart. Master Xuan, who is he? Is it related to him? Where did he go? Everything is a mystery. As time passed, Jian Wushuang became more anxious looking at the pudgy old man with a tight brow. In the end, he tentatively asked, "Senior Master Craftsman, can you explain it?" The stocky old man named Su Tua suddenly raised his head and stared at him closely. "Where did you get this thing?" Jian Wushuang solemnly bowed his hands. "The process of obtaining is extremely tortuous and difficult, so I can't tell you yet, but the words in it are extremely important to me, and I still ask for explanation." After a long silence, Su Tuatsai said, "This thing is too old. I'm afraid that there is no immortal evolving that can unravel the content contained in it." "Impossible, Senior, you should have a way." Jian Wushuang said anxiously, "I have read the text content of countless celestial planes, and I also know the various texts of the Wongo era, but the text content on this bone armor, I have never seen it before." Su Tua looked at him and said, "This bone armor is too old to be imagined." Jian Wushuang retreated half a step, as if struck by lightning. If even Su Tua, a master craftsman who reads countless words, can identify it, then who else can identify this entire Desiu or Dianhuan? At this moment, Su Tua suddenly said, "However, I can try to recognize it." Jian Wushuang's figure was startled, and then solemnly arched his hands. "Boy, thanked Senior's here." Su Tua looked at him meaningfully, and then walked quickly toward the center of the dojo, holding the bone armor of the sky. As the pace moved, the scene in the dojo changed, the ground vibrated, and soon a fairly magnificent hall appeared, located in the center of the dojo. Su Tua hurried into the hall, followed by Jian Wushuang and Nan Xian. The hall is magnificent and resembles a library of books. There are countless books hovering in the hall. The collection of books in this hall is probably not much better than the Tiandao book pavilion in the heavenly court of Zhan Wuyang. Su Tua hurriedly walked. As soon as he entered the hall, with a wave of his hand, hundreds of ancient books of unknown age fell on the case. Immediately afterwards, he quickly compared the ancient books and began to compare the dense patterns on the bone armor of the sky. Jian Wushuang was not idle either, and began to look through ancient books for comparison. Looking at the tense atmosphere, Nan Xian didn't dare to be idle and also looked for ancient books in a decent manner. The chaos of the ancient books in this hall made Jian Wushuang, who is above the rules of heaven, a headache. After reaching the unimaginable realm of Yanxian, you can use the power of the heavens to instantly comprehend the words that are not connected in the various heaven planes. Therefore, it is not difficult for them to master ancient writings and languages in one breath. However, this heavenly word pattern bone armor is too weird. Even using the power of heaven's Tao cannot read it. Even Su Tua can't detect it at present. There was dead silence in the hall, only the sound of swift scrolling. Su Tua's face was solemn, and he constantly rubbed the bone armor of the sky, but he didn't have any clue. But Jian Wushuang's eyes kept searching for any ancient book. No, how could there be such ancient words? Where does this word belong? Su Tua's complexion became more solemn, and his eyes were a little red. At this moment, Nan Xian's voice suddenly sounded. The pattern of this book seems to match the bone armor. Jian Wushuang's figure was shocked, and he hurriedly looked at the ancient book in Nangshuan's hand, which had only a few pages. But Su Tua took a step ahead of him, reached out to grab the ancient book, and ran back to the case. "That's it." Taking a deep breath, Su Tua said in a deep voice. At this moment, calm Rao Yi Jian Wushuang couldn't restrain his mind and ran straight forward. This ancient book unearthed by Nanxian has only a few dozen pages, with weird writing and full of an atmosphere of vicissitudes of life. Before the case, Su Tuafu interpreted it verbatim. Name: Yixian, Go Ju, Dongdu. With Su Tua's word-for-word interpretation, this mysterious and extremely mysterious sky character bone armor showed its original face to Jian Wushuang for the first time. The words and phrases that were not coherent at all were like a straw that made Jian Wushuang so close to Xian Yi for the first time. Upper Jiadong, why do I have such a familiar feeling? Su Tua is still reading his desk, but soon he encountered a bottleneck, and cold sweat came out of his temples. How can I not interpret these words? Chapter 5082. In a word, Jian Wushuang's mood fell to the bottom again. These words are forbidden and cannot be interpreted at all. He raised his head and said in a deep voice. Jian Wushuang was silent. He had already faintly noticed that everything related to Xian Yi was strictly restricted. This is enough to see from the divine power universe. But he was still a little unwilling. Is there really no way, senior master craftsman? I'll continue. Su Tua took a deep breath and continued to investigate at the desk. Nan Xiandao, what is this thing? Why is it so difficult to interpret? Even Dian Immortal can't help it. I'm afraid there is really no way to untie it. Jian Wushuang's eyes showed a bit of bitterness, and he could feel that this Tianzi pattern bone armor was imprisoned by some kind of power, and the text was forbidden. The craftsman, Su Tua, couldn't understand it. Opened. But at this moment, Su Tua suddenly said, Upper Jidongdu Gua, Ji Shangyan. At this moment, Jian Wushuang's mind felt like Wanjun thunder exploded. Upper Jidongdu, enjoy the sun. In just 8 words, both strange and familiar to the extreme, scenes from the past reappeared. That experience of wandering in the Wangu Wushuang auction house appeared again. The black-robed figure who was eager to hurry said the words, I live in the sun from the east. Everything is like modeled fragments, gradually being pieced together to heal. Upper Jidongdu, passing Ji Shangyang. What exactly do these 8 characters mean? And why can the figure of the black robe who rushed to say the words that fit these 8 characters? Everything is like a fog, but it cannot be removed. Su Tua's complexion was a little pale, and at the same time there was disbelief flashing in his eyes. He seemed to realize something and wanted to get up and stay away from the case. But as soon as he got up, the originally lustrous, sky-shaped bone armor suddenly turned into a completely black color, like black charcoal. The lustrous white light also turned dark purple, which was extremely strange. At the next moment, centered on the bone armor with the sky character pattern, a turbulent turbulence burst out suddenly. Nan Xian was the first to react, and without any hesitation, directly pushed Jian Wushuang a few dozen feet away. At the same time, the dark purple vortex destroyed everything and instantly expanded to a size of 1,000 meters, destroying the entire hall in an instant. And Su Tua was directly swallowed by the dark purple vortex because he was closest. Senior, Jian Wushuang shouted anxiously. Regardless of the vortex raging, he directly released the invisible sword and slashed it up. Zhang, dash! The sound of gold and iron strikes resounded, and the vortex was chopped open a gap, but it did not suffer more damage. Instead, it appeared to cover the sky. Little friend, hurry up, the old Jiren has a natural appearance. Let's leave it alone. Nan Xian said loudly, and then involuntarily picked up Jian Wushuang and ran. Stepping out of the main hall in one step, the violent vortex directly shredded the main hall, and the entire dojo was filled with a layer of dark purple haze. The entire dojo was shaking, and the 10 giant cauldrons also trembled, and the lava enough to destroy the world was scattered. Damn it, where did this storm come from, and how can you reduce its power? Putting down Jian Wushuang, Nan Xian frowned and said, an extremely bad premonition flashed in Jian Wushuang's heart. That kind of breath could not be resisted, as if it had straddled endless time. It was a supreme restriction, and anyone who dared to peek into the mystery would be the most terrible condemnation. At this moment, the entire vast and magnificent dojo was obscured by the dark purple eddy current, and the power was exhausted. Being in it is even more depressing. Jian Wushuang stretched out his hand and grabbed it in the air, and then opened his palm to look at the smog. The violent vortex was gradually dissipating, turning into a black mist in the sky. "Master, I'm afraid it's dangerous," he muttered to himself, and an invisible sword appeared in his hand. As soon as the invisible sword came out, the brilliant red-gold pattern became the only bright color on the entire sky. The violent vortex covering the sky eventually receded, but Jian Wushuang and Nan Xian became solemn at this moment, because they saw that on the site of the original hall a thin figure stood. The skinny figure wore an extremely wide black robe, completely concealing her figure, and the only bare palm raised high the master Su Tuo. Divine blood overflowed from the corner of his mouth, and it was obvious that he had suffered extremely severe damage earlier. All of this happened so quickly, and it became what it looked like now in less than 10 breaths. And being able to make a Dayan immortal have no power to fight back in a very short time, then what terrible existence should this weird figure be? The dark purple haze was flowing slowly. Jian Wushuang and Nan Xian had already transported the yen power in their bodies to the peak, ready to respond at any time. Su Tuo, whose neck was clamped by a hand, groaned in pain. "Who are you?" Because the black robe is too large, it is impossible to see any features of the black robe's figure. The only thing that can be felt is the pressure that cannot be resisted at all. "Say, who are you?" Su Tuo struggled to speak, but what was waiting was another palm through his chest. The blood of the gods was spilled, and the fairy body was directly torn apart. Su Tuo's eyes were rounded, and Yanli began to flow quickly from his body. After that, the black robe was like throwing away rubbish and discarded it at will. The next moment, before he could make any more movements, a red gold pattern suddenly fell like a flowing cloud, tearing a crack in the sky, and then slashing heavily on the black robe. Sneer! The void was cut open by a crack, and the invisible sword that was more than 1,000 meters long penetrated the sky and the earth, tearing the black robe to pieces without any hindrance. "Little friend Jian, awesome!" Nan Xian exclaimed loudly, seemingly relieved. But before his words fell, Jian Wushuang's figure in the void flew upside down, as if he had suffered some kind of unresistible blow, and was defeated. Nan Xian was shocked. His figure instantly came to the void, and reached out his hand to catch Jian Wushuang. "Go!" Jian Wushuang, whose entire chest had collapsed, roared in shock, and Yu read www. Okanshu, calm and forced Nan Xian away at the same time. The sky suddenly rippled, and the black robe that had disappeared appeared again. He raised his palm up and quietly pressed it to Jian Wushuang's chest. Boom! An unimaginable aura fluctuated the sky and shook the earth, and instantly tore a crack in the sky. And even Jian Wushuang with the 9-day clothing profoundness could not withstand the blow at all, and the fairy body was instantly fragmented. Then his whole broken body was like a kite with a broken wire, floating down and falling into the giant cauldron full of lava. "Wushuang!" Nan Xian yelled in surprise, unable to believe what was happening before him. This is just a short period of time. There was 1 death and 1 injury. Chapter 5083. Su Tuo, a master craftsman, died on the spot, and Jian Wushuang was bombarded into the giant cauldron's lava in the short instant of the confrontation. This is too terrible, too tragic. Rumble. The giant cauldron began to deform, and the bottom suddenly shattered. The lava that could destroy the world suddenly vented out of the cauldron like an out-of-control dragon. The heavens and the earth changed, and the heavens of Sansuan Mountain were directly broken. The clouds shattered, and the dark purple haze surged crazily. Everything is full of extinction. The black and red world-killing lava instantly swallowed nearly half of the dojo and began to burn. The entire sky is chaotic and red. Nan Xian was extremely anxious, and Jian Wushuang, who was beaten into the lava in the cauldron, would surely be miserable if he was not rescued in time. This is a situation he never wants to see. So Nan Xian set off and ran away the moment Jian Wushuang fell into the giant cauldron. But the next moment, what greeted him was an unbreakable barrier. The dark purple mist surged wildly, forming a thick barrier which actually blocked Nan Xian's path. "Get away," he hummed angrily, and directly released the supreme strength that belongs to Dian Immortal. But the next scene that appeared was unexpected to Nan Xian. The supreme power that is enough to surpass the heavens and modify the heavens. When it touches the enchantment, it quickly melts. At the same time, a large black robe descended like darkness, hovering in front of Nan Xian across the barrier. His eyes condensed, almost at an unimaginable speed, withdrawing the long sword hanging from his waist, and stabbing the black robe outside the barrier. The enchantment shattered, but the long sword stopped in front of the black robe, no matter how hard it was. Sword tip to fingertip, Hypo slowly stretched out a finger and pressed it against the tip of Nan Xian's sword. Nan Xian was shocked and wanted to take the sword, but was shocked that he couldn't control it at all. Ding, ding, ding. The crisp sound of broken gold and iron sounded, and his close-fitting long sword, which was enough to fight Jian Wushuang, broke at this moment, broken every inch. The black robe smashed the long sword to pieces with one finger, and then cast off unabated, blasting a dark purple beam of training. Nan Xian was already unavoidable, and could only watch the dark purple beam of training beams stab him. The immortal body, stronger than the heavens, was easily shattered at this moment. His entire right arm was instantly shattered, and his entire right shoulder was penetrated by that terrible potential energy. The blood of the gods was spilled, and Nan Xian no longer had the strength to fight and fell into the lava. In 10 breaths of time, another great Yanxian was wiped out almost instantly, but the black robe used only one finger from beginning to end. The dark purple mist covered the sky and the sun, and the endless lava pouring from the giant cauldron had swallowed the entire dojo and was burning the clouds. Like a broken kite, the Nan Xian fell into the lava, and the black robe didn't seem to let him go, and the figure began to move towards him. However, at this moment, the rolling lava suddenly opened a crack, and Su Tuo, the craftsman who was originally dead, was resurrected. Although his stature was short and fat, he was extremely flexible and saved Nan Xian instantly. Then he quickly stuffed a pill into his mouth. "Boy, wake up the old man!" Nan Xian coughed out a mouthful of divine blood, and his breath was wilted to the extreme, and he was obviously seriously injured. "I'm not dead yet." "It's easy to want to die, but not so easy to want to live. Cheer up the old man." Su Tuo shouted in a low voice. Then he held Nan Xian in a hand and prepared to flee. However, everything has undergone major changes. Even Dian Immortal is simply unable to recover. The black robe that appeared from nowhere can easily kill the craftsman Su Tuo with one palm, and defeat Nan Xian with another finger. Its true strength is far more terrifying than revealed. A wisp of cold sweat flowed from Su Tuo's temples. He had avoided the catastrophe through suspended animation before, but this was not enough to prove that he could resist the black robe. Instead, it made him understand that this black robe was too terrifying and too powerful. There is no reason for the powerful, only endless despair. Next, it seems to be to confirm Su Tuo's ideas. The sky suddenly collapsed and shrank, and an irresistible force was like a chain, instantly squeezed from the wilds. Su Tuo and Nan Xian snorted at the same time, and then froze in place, unable to make any more movements. The black robe appeared in front of them again, slowly raised his thin and wide palms, and pointed them forward. A ray of pure and strong dark purple aura gathered in the palm, full of destruction. Su Tua's eyes were round and round, and he could predict that as long as this aura came, even Dian Immortal would never be able to survive. But he couldn't avoid it at all. The dark purple aura of endless destruction burst out and swallowed it directly toward Su Tua. The next moment, a slaying resounding that almost shook the sky. The giant cauldron shattered, black and red magma flying around, burning the sky. And in this, a beam of light that resembled a meteor in the sun suddenly tore through the mist and blasted toward the black robe. Boom! Su Tua only felt that his eyes were covered by the crimson color, and then he and Nan Xian were shocked by the huge force. The dark purple aura collided with the crimson light beam, erupting the most violent explosion. It was just this time that the slaying exploded, and the whole dojo was on the verge of breaking. The 10 giant tripods in the dojo shattered 6 in a row. The black and red lava in the cauldron is no longer bound, like a dragon falling to the ground. At this moment, countless gods and trees, countless lives and spirits were swallowed by lava. The earth has become a purgatory, a container of lava, and mountains and lakes have become ashes. There is a big battle. The previous Shiganshins saw this unimaginable scene, and they all rushed towards the dojo without stopping. And the disciples of the craftsman Su Tua were all dispatched at this moment. The destruction of the broken world is still continuing. Because of the sudden explosion, the master craftsman Su Tua and Nan Xian were able to breathe. At the same time, Su Tua lost his voice. Impossible! How could it be that kid? Nan Xian, who was barely recovering, couldn't help laughing bitterly when he saw the scene in the distance. In the extreme distance, facing the black robe, was Jian Wushuang wearing a 9-day clothing. The heavy damage suffered by his immortal body has been completely recovered. As a result of tossing in the lava, his robes have been completely shattered, revealing the azure blue Jiutian Yixian. Zuanhei's patterns flowed around him, and the power of the endless avenue bloomed again. The way of guarding, the way of Wushuang, the way of killing, and the 3 avenues have already been added, making Jian Wushuang completely horrible. The violent wind raged, blowing the robe of the black robe into a hunting sound. And he moves again. Chapter 5084. The skinny palm of his hand protruded from the black robe, like a chain that controls fate, and began to strangle. The sky vault directly collapsed and shrank, squeezing it as it did with Su Tua before. That invisible and innocent powerful force was like a shackle, instantly strangling Xiang Jian Wushuang. Broken! He snorted with a deep voice, and the true shadow of the selflessness directly added to the body. The true shadow of the selflessness, which was more than 10 million feet high, shocked the sky and directly shattered the invisible and intangible binding force. While defeating the black robe attack, Jian Wushuang moved. The gods deflated the mountains and rivers, and in one thought, he quietly appeared behind Hypo. Immediately afterwards, an invisible sword surrounded by the Xuanha pattern pierced into his chest without any hindrance. The black robe shattered, and thousands of scarlet golden light beams emerged from the black robe's chest, illuminating the dark purple sky. That's how he died? What is the origin of that kid? Su Tua lost his voice, his eyes full of disbelief. In his opinion, Jian Wushuang is just a little Yanxian, and it is incredible to wipe out the black robe with his own power. But things are far from that simple. Just as Jian Wushuang completely shattered the black robe, a large black robe quietly appeared behind him. Jian Wushuang had also noticed it, but he couldn't make any response at all, so he could only fight back. A deep cold, as if carrying the eternal loneliness and wantonly venting out. His complexion changed drastically in an instant, and the entire fairy body, including the 9 heavens Yixuan, was swallowed and covered by countless strands of cold light. The spirits seemed to be imprisoned by freezing. After that, Hypo's wide palm in the depths pressed against Jian Wushuang's back. Ding, ding, ding. The sound of the golden and iron strikes was audible, and Zhu Tian Yixuan seemed to be unable to bear it at this moment, and fine cracks began to grow. This is the first time that Zhu Tian Yixuan has a crack. Along with the cracks in Zhu Tian Yixuan, Jian Wushuang's immortal body also began to shatter. He gritted his teeth, his eyes were red, and the way of killing at this moment completely occupied the immortal body. Using the blood of the gods as the guide, the fairy body as the burning, completely released the way of killing. The true shadow of Wu Sei was blessed again, and the scarlet blood covered the sky. The violent blood and energy actually offset the weird and extremely cold at this moment. Blood ons covered the sky, forming a violent vortex. Jian Wushuang abruptly reversed the situation of depravity, just like of murder, rushing to kill. The supreme strength that has long surpassed the realm of Yanxian is completely displayed at this moment. With a punch, the sky collapsed instantly, and the heaven that belonged to Sankanshin eventually shattered. Hypo rarely retreated, avoiding Jian Wushuang's ultimate move. However, he has fallen into madness, desperate to destroy the black robe completely. Fairy-style little mountain and river. The huge peaks of the sacred mountain descend from the sky, suppressing the black robe. At the same time, the Tianhe, which was transformed from pure force, also swept up, strangling away. The sky fire and the huge thunder are falling down at this moment. A scene of destruction. And Jian Wushuang did not stop there. An invisible sword condensed into scarlet blood fell in his hand. Wushuang Kendo, Zingehu Heijianyani, the first style, the second style. Star River. The two swords of the galaxy came out, completely bloodthirsty and out of control. The sky was directly torn apart, and terrible gullies of hundreds of millions of miles broke out on the earth. Chaos, violent, out of control, became the main color. The sword Tianhe, composed of countless scarlet blood-ons, is like a waterfall descending from the sky, swallowing everything. At the same time, thousands of blood-red ons bloomed and then burst. Everything was swallowed and obscured by the blood. The black robe disappeared in it. Standing in the extreme distance, Su Tuo and Nanshan, who were almost crumbling, watched this scene in amazement. For a long time, Su Tuo said with difficulty, "This junior, are you sure it's just an immortal?" Nanshan shook his head. His fairy body recovered in a very short time. Although there were still hidden wounds, it had recovered 60 to 70%. I don't know if it's going to be a fairy, but my way, if we don't take this opportunity to erase that terrible guy, I'm afraid none of us will survive. Su Tuo nodded helplessly, his expression dignified. Pity me, this Sansuan mountain was destroyed like this. Rumble. The sacrificial explosion continued, and the entire vastness of the Sansuan mountain universe had already been destroyed for more than half. If this heaven did not have the blessing of the master Su Tuo, I am afraid it would have been broken into powder. But right now, the Sankanshin, Tianyu, barely collapsed. The destructive power of Wushuang Kendo, blessed by the way of killing, has reached an unprecedented level. Even rank 6 Dian Immortal will be hit hard in this Kendo. Unleashing these two sword intents with all his strength, Jian Wushuang hovered in the void, his chest rising and falling violently. He did not relax his vigilance, because he could feel that that kind of breath only disappeared for a moment under the impact of Wushuang Kendo. The sword intent that accompanied Wushuang Kendo finally dissipated, and a black robe that resembled a nightmare appeared again under the sky that exposed the void. At this moment, even Jian Wushuang, who was invaded by the way of killing, had a bit of bitterness in his eyes. Under such a crazy offensive, he couldn't even get him injured. Where did this black robe come from, and what terrible point has it reached? Killing rank 6 Dian Immortal Su Tuo with one palm, and with one finger, Nanshan has no resistance, and he can easily fight Jian Wushuang. To be able to do so, I am afraid that even rank 9 Dian Immortal can't do so easily. Peak Dian Immortal. Jian Wushuang was shocked, and it seemed that only Peak Dian could explain the terrifying extent of the black robe. The craftsman Su Tuo, Nan Xian, has already come to him, and fight against the black robe together. Could it be that he would really be the pinnacle Dayan immortal? But how could there be such a weird pinnacle Dayan immortal hidden in the heavenly character bone armor? Jian Wushuang thought to himself, if this black robe is really the peak of the great emperor, then at the moment, even if they are all dead, I am afraid it will not cause any harm to it. Black robe is the supreme existence. Thinking of this, Jian Wushuang looked at Su Tuo. Senior, this matter has nothing to do with you. Please leave here, and I will resist. Su Tuo couldn't help snorting when he heard the words. Boy, you are too despising the old man. Today, the old man will never take a step back, but you can consider when it is appropriate to get out. I'm not leaving either. I won't report my revenge today. I will have trouble sleeping and eating. Nan Xian shouted coldly, his eyes locked on the black robe for an instant. Jian Wushuang heard the words, his eyes were bitter, and the strength of the black robe had already exceeded the scope of their response. If they stay resolutely, they will count as one, and they will never be alive. This is the supreme oppression given them by the black robe. Chapter 5085. When Jian Wushuang was thinking about how to persuade them to leave, He Pao set off again. He is like a body without feelings, only to wipe out all enemies. The broad palm of his hand protruded from under the black robe, and it was just a grasp of it from a distance, and the power that was enough to break the imprisonment of billions of stars came directly down. The power of boundless imprisonment shattered any heavenly Tao, spreading power, suppressing Jian Wushuang and others. At this moment they shot at the same time. Qi Jin Huagong burst out from behind Nan Xian, like a huge burning sun, brazenly confronting him. The dark red light wheel of Yanli quietly circulated around the master Su Tuo. At this time, it belonged to the unique light wheel of Yanli of the 6th rank, representing the symbol of the Supreme Way, the true shadow of selflessness, which is more than billions of meters high, condenses with Jian Wushuang as the center, glaring at him, and burst out with boundless power. The three paths are completely different, but the terrifying power of the great Tao that is enough to destroy any celestial plane will cover the sky. There was no sound of stigmatization that smashed billions of stars, and there was no unspeakable destruction. There is only silence, nothingness, taking the impact as the origin. The entire sky of the 3-inch mountain universe, even with the endless emptiness, has become a dying nothingness. Blank, blank, only blank. Nan Xian, the weakest in strength, coughed up a mouthful of blood, and his arms were broken every inch. The imprisoning power released by the black robe was too terrifying, almost turning everything he went through into an eternal emptiness. The craftsman Su Tuo was about to be unable to bear it, and the Yanli light wheel that was circulating around his body showed signs of extinguishing. Because of the blessing of the true shadow of the selfless, Jian Wushuang's situation was rather stable. He quickly knocked out 3D pin pills from the Boyang bottle and stuffed them into the mouths of Su Tuo and Nan Xian abruptly. Su Tuo was still a little bit reluctant, but found that he instantly recovered to his peak state. His eyes almost stared out. And Nan Xian's injuries fully recovered within a few breaths. Jian Wushuang and others, who had been suppressed to the extreme by the force of imprisonment, once again stubbornly resisted. Master! At this time, an abrupt call sounded, and then on the only remaining earth in Sansuan Mountain, one body after another soared and swept toward the void. Su Tuo's figure trembled, and then he saw dozens of disciples rushing towards him, almost shouting out of their souls, "All to the old man! Don't come up!" But it was too late. The black robe slightly tilted his head, and then raised his palm to instantly explode the tyrannical, dark, purple horseman. Once hit, all the disciples will undoubtedly die. Su Tuo was already desperate. Even if he shot, it was too late. But in the next moment, Jian Wushuang quietly disappeared. When he appeared again, he was in front of nearly 50 disciples. "Rewind, this is not a place for you to stay. After speaking these last words, the extremely violent, dark, purple puppet training Huameng broke out. Jian Wushuang opened his arms, abruptly resisting all the outbreaks. This special power that even the magical craftsman Su Tuo of rank 6 Dian Immortal could not resist, all vented on his back. In an instant, blood poured out of his mouth and nose, and the fairy body began to tear in a large area. Hurry up! At this time, the previous Shoguan immortals appeared, hurriedly dragged all the disciples with Yanli and fell to the mainland. But Jian Wushuang couldn't hold on anymore. To the back of his heart, Ju Tian Yixian quietly shattered. The endless, dark, purple pony training Huameng penetrated his back heart, completely erupting in the fairy body. Little friend! Su Tuo and Nanxian, who had completely seen the scene, yelled in shock at the same time, and they coughed out a mouthful of blood at the same time. Like a rain of blood, large expanses of colorful blood spilled into the void. A broken body quietly fell from the void. Su Tuo and Nanxian couldn't hold on anymore. The imprisoning power that covered the sky smashed all resistance and came down. Nanxian passed out directly, like a lone geese falling towards the earth. And Su Tuo finally passed away in a faint and plunged into the earth already covered by black and red lava. The roar of lava rolled and turned the earth into a purgatory. Several guardians, as well as a group of appalled disciples, are standing on the top of the highest sacred mountain at this moment, not knowing what to do. On the back of a huge white crane, Jian Wushuang, whose figure was fragmented and almost unbearable, was panting slightly. Su Tuo and Nanxian also leaned on by his side, life and death unpredictable. The sky was completely shattered, and hundreds of billions of miles of nothingness had become eternal nothingness. Only a piece of land on Sansun Mountain still existed. This is desperate, desperate to the extreme. Everything is on the verge of destruction. Pattern! He landed in a large black robe, and his breath turned into nothingness. Such a battle did not cause any trauma to him. Standing on the top of the mountain, the black robe walked slowly. Baiha, Qingyi seemed to feel the breath that made it terrifying. All the disciples stepped back slowly. Only panic was left in their eyes. The previous terrible battle is still vivid, and even their master has been defeated. How can they resist? Facing this irresistible enemy, a total of 5 Shoguan immortals stood up at this moment and resolutely stood in front of all the disciples. Without saying a word, Yanxian, with square ears and round face, rushed towards the black robe. But before he even had time to release his strength, he was strangled to pieces by a wisp of dark, purple Huameng. Then the second and third Shiganxian rushed to the black robe without any hesitation. However, their endings without exception are sad. The black robe of a rank 6 Dian Immortal can be wiped out at will. How can they be able to compete? In the end, all the disciples had no choice but to retreat. The black robe slowly raised his palm, and an aura of destruction was once again engulfed in the thin and wide palm. However, in the next moment, could not be suppressed, an almost hysterical anger suddenly resounded from the void. Jian Wushuang, you have ruined me over and over again and again, and today I definitely want you to survive and die. The huge sound bursts, covering an endless void. The void that originally became eternal and nihilistic has quietly arrived at nearly 100 figures at this moment. Every figure is extremely mysterious and extremely powerful, and the indescribable power is flowing slowly. And at the forefront of these nearly 100 figures stood a young man wearing dark golden armor and proud and determined. He is the second emperor under the seat of Zhanmuyang, the lord of the entire seat and the sun corrects. In his sideways position, there is an old man in a landscape dress, with an unreasonable general trend flowing all over his body. This old man is the strongest man who has come out of the ancient times. 9-turn Dian Immortal, Chang Fu. Chapter 5086. under the almost irresistible suppression of the black robe, with the Sankanshin Tianyu as the center. The emptiness of nearly 100 billion li has directly become the eternal annihilation. Millions of billions of miles is only an approximate situation. The real situation is far more shocking than imagined. Nearly 10,000 celestial planes shattered into dust in this battle, and endless creatures disappeared silently. You should know that although the southwest is the most barren area in the great sky, it still contains endless treasures and creatures. But now everything has become chaotic nothingness. The meaning of eternal extinguishment and nothingness is that it has become nothingness forever, and the way of heaven can no longer be born and rules cannot be derived. Only the blank persists. This kind of eternal extinguishment of nothingness, even the 9th rank Dian Immortal cannot cause such damage. But now it happened. This almost made the Lord of Heaven, the young master, breathed out blood. It has only been tens of thousands of years since the last heavy damage to devotion. Right now, this second heavy injury has almost completely ruined devotion's southwest. How can this not make him angry? Moreover, he felt the most familiar aura in this devastating aura. The familiar breath is Jian Wushuang. Therefore, the young master was completely furious and directly carried all the background forces and killed him. Facing the only surviving continent below his eyes, Gong Zijiao completely believed that this was what Jian Wushuang did. Jian Wushuang, today I will let you not survive, but you cannot die. The extremely violent generative force once again filled the entire nihilism, leaving everything in turmoil again. But the black robe that was originally intended to wipe out a group of disciples directly, when he noticed that a powerful presence was coming, he retracted his palm and then slowly turned around. In the next moment, a long sword was like a streamer, shaking the sky and the earth, suddenly shot down. At the same time that Hypo turned around, the long sword had already shot down, directly penetrating his heart. Zhang! The long sword trembled, exploding out of boundless momentum. Humph! Pretend to be a god, Dai Jian Wushuang. The young man chuckled coldly. He thought that Jian Wushuang would never survive a hit with this sword. Because this sword was a gift from Zhanliang, the long sword will grow as its owner grows, so it is very special. The long sword entered his chest, and the dark golden huameng burst out from behind the black robe. Even Dian Immortal would suffer severe damage. But then, the behavior of the black robe made young Master Jiao's complexion drastically changed. He stretched out his broad palm, pulled out the long sword from his chest, and looked at it for a moment. As if thinking about something, his arm holding the long sword suddenly shook. The long sword presented by Zhanliang was broken in response to that young man's body and hung it. The long sword wailed and shattered into nearly 100 fragments, spilling into the void. The fragments fell into the void, like stars and stars, and with unimaginable power. They shot at the young master and the others. The son's face changed drastically, and he took a half-step back subconsciously, holding 1,001 step long, facing the situation, waved his hand to forge an enchantment. Ding, ding, ding! The fragments arrived in an instant, blasting above the barrier, and it was instantly filled with cracks. This is the enchantment formed by the 9th rank Dian Immortal, which has a vague meaning of being unable to resist. Changfus' complexion slightly changed, and an incredible look appeared in his eyes. He is not Jian Wushuang. Gong Zijiao recovered from the shock, opened his mouth, but did not speak. He obviously realized that the black robe was not Jian Wushuang, because in his cognition, no matter how powerful Jian Wushuang was, it would never be possible to do such a degree of destruction. He frowned. Then who is he? Chang Fu shook his head, looked at the barrier that was almost broken in front of him, and said slowly, the saboteur here is not Jian Wushuang, but him. Is he going to be so terrible? Gongzi Jiao's gaze became truly dignified. It is unimaginable that it can cause such a severe damage to the entire southwestern area. I am afraid that even Changfu can't do this level. A total of 213 long sword fragments were nailed to the barrier, and then the barrier was shattered. This is the first confrontation. Changfu knew that he had fallen behind. Looking at each other in the air, he frowned, and the black robe also set off to sweep towards the void at this moment. Along with his departure, the only remaining land in the 3CUN mountain skyland instantly split into two. Facing this extremely weird black robe, Changfu directly confronted him. The sun corrected the figure of nearly 100 black robe behind him. Although these black robe figures are all immortal, they have mastered their respective immortal styles. They are quasi-day immortals. These are the last details of Gongzijio. Under the orders of Gongzijio, nearly 30 quasi-Dayan immortals gathered around the black robe and quickly approached. Changfu was shocked and said in a condensed voice, "Go back, don't go any further." But it was too late. Nearly 30 quasi-Dayan immortals had already released their own immortal styles and killed Xiang Haipo. At this moment, the eternal silence and nothingness all trembled slightly. The immortal cover that was enough to cover the sky came down, like 30 unattached chains, entangled the black robe for the first time, and completely bound it. Seeing this scene, the Sun Jiao heaved a sigh of relief, and then said, "Please also, Changfu elders." Changfu nodded without hesitation. He is as heavy as an immortal mountain that has existed since the ancient times, and it reveals the trend of capturing people. In the wave of his hand, an aura that was beyond the realm of heaven and couldn't speak arrogantly came down, like 1,000 celestial mountains. Boom! At this moment, the eternal silence and nothingness trembled. 10,000 fairy mountains descended, and the indescribable feeling of suppression made all the quasi-Dayan immortals present fearful. The martyrdom happened again, and it was shattered with the black robe. The shock wave that was enough to make the heavenly plane easily shattered instantly swayed and lasted a long time. Exit. An excited smile flickered in Gongzi Jiao's eyes, but Changfu shook his head slightly. "I'm afraid things are not that simple." It seems to be to confirm his thoughts. At the center of the immeasurable blast, a black robe figure appeared again. His body is intact. Not even the robe is broken. This scene stunned all the quasi-Dayan immortals. Resist the long support blow, and he hasn't received the slightest damage. What terrible existence is this black robe? When all the quasi-Dayan immortals were in a daze, the black robe moved. He didn't break free from the fairy chains entwined with him, but quietly shook his body. A total of 30 dark purple light beams, as thick as fingers, peeking out of his black robe, with a weird light, climbed onto the fairy chain. Chapter 5087. This situation only happened for an instant, and almost all the quasi-Dayan immortals didn't react, and they were entangled by the weird, dark purple light beam. Ugh! 30 quasi-Dayan immortals wailed at the same time, the unimaginable imprisoning power not only confining their souls, but also madly eroding their power. Within 10 breaths of time, 30 quasi-Dayan immortals were directly turned into dead bones. Because all this happened so quickly after they all turned into bones, Gongzi Jiao reacted and lost his voice. How is it possible? 30 quasi-Dayan immortals turned into dead bones within 10 breaths of time, which made Gongzi Jiao unacceptable. Changfu is even more dignified. Those who can instantly absorb the power and luck of the great Yanxian are all evil ones and the strongest ones. The black robe at the moment must be the strongest. After inhaling the energy of 30 quasi-Dayan immortals in an instant, the black robe slid into the void. His goal is to help. Facing the sky-covering Zimong, he took a long step forward, then raised his palm a little. Suddenly, the endless air luck condensed into a bunch, violently shot at the black robe. Laugh! The light beam condensed by chi, luck, penetrated the chest of the black robe without any hindrance. However, this only caused him to pause for a moment, and then rushed towards Changfu unabated. Changfu resolutely confronted him, and while he flicked his palms, the immortal mountain formed by supreme luck hit the black robe. Eternal silence and nothingness began to tremble, facing the sky-covering fairy mountain. Hypo's right palm was condensed into a fist, and he banged heavily. The fairy mountain shattered in an instant, and the huge dark purple fist gang-blasted towards Changfu unabated. His face condensed, and he chose to resist the punch. Boom, boom, boom! The fist gang broke out, and a series of ink-colored landscape patterns swayed around the body like water waves, offsetting this terrible punch. The Sun Jiao, who was protected by the long support, felt the terrible power of this punch, and his expression changed. Long hold back for half a step to completely offset this punch, and the black robe had already arrived in front of him, and a deep cold broke out. He raised his right palm, quietly condensing a group of dark purple flowers, and then rushed towards Changfu. This dark purple is extremely pure and terrifying, capable of destroying the power, and once punched the master Su Tuo. Facing the 9th rank Dian Immortal, Hypo released this style again. This is a battle of peak combat power, a battle of supreme. As the 9th rank Dian Immortal that came out of that ancient age, it was enough to stand proudly on the top of the group. Their every move is enough to collapse order and destroy the heavens. And once they fight, it will be an unimaginable destruction, and even the talented and stunning Tianjiao will not be able to participate in this level of battle. At this moment, the eternal extinguishment and nothingness trembled again. Such a supreme battle has made all the quasi-Dian Immortals shudder, and they only feel that even staying here is a disaster. The intensity of this battle is far greater than the previous battle with Diqing. Facing the dark, purple Huameng that can eat away energy and strength, Changfu shot with all his strength. The immortal mountains smashed towards the black robe, descending with the order of heaven. The full blow of rank 9 Dian Immortal shocked the eternal silence and nothingness. When the two collided, the waves that could destroy any celestial plane shook in an instant. Being so caught off guard, Gongzi Jiao and more than 60 quasi-Dian Immortals were directly knocked into the air, hundreds of millions of feet away. At this moment, the heavenly territory continent of Sansun Mountain, which was divided into two and resembled Yiguzhou, seemed to become powdery at any time under this impact. The shock wave that can destroy even the order of the heavens swept through layers upon layers, making the remaining disciples of San Siyuan Mountain panic to the extreme. At the moment, there were only 2 Shigangshans killed by the black robe. Facing this shock wave, they couldn't resist at all. They could only choose to endure it, and it might be destroyed at will. At this moment, the figure lying on the generous and kind back of Baiha suddenly moved his fingers. Baiha noticed something, looked back, then cleared up. Wake up, this lord is awake." Seeing this scene, the youngest and quite immature disciple shouted excitedly. All the disciples hurriedly gathered around Baihe, waiting anxiously. No way! With such a serious injury, even Yanxian is unlikely to wake up. A lean man said worriedly. The other disciples were also silent. Indeed, the 3 figures lying on the back of the white crane were all severely injured, but Jian Wushuang, who blocked the black robe's full blow with his own strength, suffered the most terrible injuries. His entire chest was penetrated, his limbs were shattered, and the broken Jiu Tian Yixiandu was completely stained crimson by the blood of God. This kind of injury is almost impossible for Xian Yuan to survive. How can it be resurrected? At this time, the young man who had initially fought with Jian Wushuang slowly got up, but then he reached out to Jian Wushuang and put his palm on his broken chest. The light blue dynamism flowed like soothing clouds, and Yu read www. Okanshu, calm poured into the wound. The other disciples glanced at each other, and all contributed their own weak strength. For Jian Wushuang, they all expressed gratitude to help. Without him, nearly 50 disciples would never have survived. Drops of strength poured into Jian Wushuang's immortal body, slowly but firmly repaired. The young man said firmly, "I don't know when he can wake up, but he must wake up." As time passed by, Jian Wushuang quietly opened his eyes on Beihi's back. Boom! Eternal silence. Nothingness is shaking, and the order of heaven is constantly reshaping and collapsing. The scope of this supreme war has become unimaginable. Above the original level of destruction, the entire vast world is in a turbulent situation. Heaven's order collapsed, countless celestial planes were affected, and Nirvana became a fan. And all this stems from this supreme battle. The divine blood that contains the shackles of numerology wanders in the eternal emptiness of nothingness, immortal. And these divine blood were all scattered by Changfu. Heaven seems to be screaming, and the dark blue landscape suit has been soaked with the blood of God. His fairy body is about to dry up. Facing the black robe, Changfu already showed a sad expression. Each full blow could not cause any heavy damage to the black robe. On the contrary, the black robe could easily cause irreparable damage to him. Such a deep sense of powerlessness made him feel like he was falling into the abyss. Facing the black robe, Changfu made the last decision. He looked back and saw that the sun, who was hundreds of millions of miles away, looked pale and unbelievable at this moment. Chapter 5088. Wandao Jianzun. From the initial calmness and complacency to the unspeakable sadness, Geng Zijiu felt a sense of trance about what had happened. But nothing can be changed. Changfu turned his head, his eyes calm. The long arms, which are already hanging down, are like a supreme fairy mountain this moment, facing the black robe with an unimaginable trend. He seems to have become Changfu Mountain, suppressing all enemies. With Changfu as the center, the sound of great destruction resounded deeply. He held the black robe with his hand, and only burning divine flames remained in his angry eyes. "You are definitely not a fairy, nor do you belong here." Leaving these last words, Changfu burned completely, and the foundation of the fairy source belonging to the Nineth rank Dian Immortal was completely shattered. Hypo wanted to break free, but couldn't break free at all. This was the last thought of the 9th rank Dian Immortal, capable of letting the powerful of the same level die together. The immortal source of rank 9 Dian Immortal was smashed. It was too terrifying. Even the aftermath was enough to easily kill Dian Immortal, let alone the heavenly plane. However, all the celestial planes in the entire southwest of Domitian have long been destroyed, leaving only an eternal blank. Even so, the entire vast expanse is still in chaos, unimaginable smashed, swallowing everything. The Sun Jiao, who was hundreds of millions of miles away from the battlefield, felt an irresistible pressure swept over him. His throat sweetened and then flew backwards again. However, at the time of mystery, even on the edge of destruction, the only small half of the seat panel in Sansun Mountain survived without any damage. The complete death of the 9th rank Dian Immortal lasted an extremely long time. The eternal nihilism became the main color. Ah, is everything over? The dark gold armor was shattered, and the young man in a miserable situation stood up from the edge of destruction, leaving only bitterness in his eyes. There were more than 60 quasi-Dian Immortals who followed him, and there were only more than 50 quasi-Dian Immortals left at the moment, and nearly 20 quasi-Dian Immortals were turned into powder in this blast. His Royal Highness, let's retreat and go to the heaven to ask the Emperor for help. Yu Zhuan Dianxian whispered to him. Let me see who dares to retire. The sun yelled coldly, his expression gloomy. No one can retire unless this matter is found out. Promise. All the quasi-Dian Immortals nodded, dare not say any more. Afterwards, the sun rushed to the center of the blast with a group of quasi-Dian Immortals. At the center of the sabotage, everything seemed to have entered a state of chaos. The hovering blood and broken clothes all showed that a tragic battle broke out here. It's all gone? Seeing this scene in front of him, the sun was stunned, Changfu really disappeared. Changfu has disappeared, and the black robe has disappeared completely. This supreme battle seems to have ended. But at this time, the quasi-Dian fairy behind Gongzi Jiao carefully discovered that a hair-like mist was slowly moving and gathering. Hull, Your Highness, things seem a bit bad. It was still the former quasi-Dian immortal. He felt a kind of heart palpitations recovering. The sun frowned and twisted, and was about to open his mouth to scold him, but found that in the center of the sacrificial explosion, layers of black light had gathered. The black awns gather, and a heart-pounding imprisoning force is coming again. Gong Zijiao's eyes widened to the maximum. It was a terrifying aura. Black robe. Black robe. The black robe that was destroyed together by Changfu at the cost of the death of the foundation of the fairy source. Unexpectedly recovered again. He appeared again like an immortal nightmare. The dark purple huameng surged around him. Extremely strange. Withdraw. Without any stay, the sun retreated frantically. Retreat quickly. But it was too late. The reunited and resurrected Yanxian, with just one palm, wiped out the 20 quasi-Daanxians. All this happened so quickly that there was no time to react. The dark purple light beams with the thickness of nearly 1,000 fingers protruded from under the black robe, descending like a dense net covering the sky. Then nearly 30 quasi-Dian immortals had no time to escape, were imprisoned and fettered, and then exhausted their luck. The sun was so frightened that he escaped desperately. After coming and going, there were only 13 of the more than 60 quasi-Dian immortals who followed. And this number is still decreasing, because that dark purple light beam swallowed Yanli Qi luck too fast, madly eating away all Yanxian. 11. 10 places. 7. 3. The sun Jiao escaped frantically, but desperately found that the dense net was covering the sky. Once swallowed by the entanglement, you will be powerless. Damn it, what the is this? His eyes were cracked, but there was nothing he could do. When the last quasi-Dian immortal was swallowed, the sun Jiao was already in danger. The dense net composed of dark purple beams of light, covering the sky and the sun, has already besieged it. Although it was a quasi-Dian immortal, the sun Jiao very clearly knew that everything was already powerless. However, at this moment of life and death, an extremely familiar force aura suddenly appeared. Gong Zijiao only felt a tight waist, and then his whole figure escaped out of the range of the dense net of the sky at an unimaginable speed. Sword Jian Wushuang! In shock, he subconsciously yelled. Jian Wushuang turned his head and glanced at the young master, and then dragged him towards the last remaining Sansuan mountain, heaven domain. With a plop, Jian Wushuang directly threw him on the top of the mountain. The remaining half of the celestial plane could be overthrown at any time, and the remaining disciples were all desperate. The divine craftsmen Su Tuo and Nan Xian have awakened. Under the nourishment of the D-pin pill, they both recovered 70% to 80%, but they still couldn't compare with Jian Wushuang. Jian Wushuang at this moment had returned to his peak state. If it weren't for the Ju Tian Yi Xian to be somewhat damaged, no one would have thought that he had experienced a life-and-death crisis before. That guy is coming to us. The craftsman Su Tuo said in a hoarse voice. Nan Xian clutched his chest, frowned, and said, "It's really a ghost." Jian Wushuang looked at the black robe that was approaching. Calm then whispered in a low voice, "Senior, you take them away and leave it to me here. I will buy you enough time." Su Tuo was taken aback, then shook his head. "How can I go back? If you don't retreat, you will die in V. I hope you can understand that all the causes are because of me, and I should bear it." Leaving these last words, Jian Wushuang didn't stay at all, leaning forward to face the black robe. "That, my little friend, is right. You will die in vain if you stay here, so let's go." Nan Xian persuaded, then slowly got up. "I'll go with the little friends, and buy some time for you together. You can leave soon." God craftsman Su Tuo looked sad. looked at Jian Wushuang's back, and finally sighed in silence. Chapter 5092, Extinction and Resurrection. You can see it next time you open the bookshelf. If you like Sword Sovereign of 10,000 Ways, please recommend this book to your friends, QQ, blog, WeChat, etc. Thank you for your support. Chapter 5089, Facing the dark purple huamang that covered the sky. Nanxian jumped and swept towards Jian Wushuang. The Jiu Tian Yixian, which was somewhat broken, still exudes azure blue glow without dust and dirt. In the back of his heart, Jiu Tian Yixian shattered a fist-sized crack, which just fit the original sword mark on his chest. "Little friend, I'll help you." Nan Xian rushed over, smiling. Jian Wushuang was startled. He didn't expect Nan Xian to come. "Why are you here? Didn't I ask you to leave soon?" Nan Xian smiled. "It would be boring to leave. I also want to try what kind of existence this guy is." Jian Wushuang knew that his heart was strong, and he could never listen to dissuasion, so he could only stay silent. After a tragic war of supremacy, the entire southwestern position of the sky was completely destroyed. As far as the eye can see, everything becomes an eternal emptiness. The breath produced by Changfu Broken Xianyuan's foundation has not retreated, but Hypo has already recovered again. He is a real nightmare, from appearing to going through all the fairy tales, and even the death battle of the Nineth Rank Dian Fairy is still intact, which is beyond imagination. I'm afraid the Peak Dian is nothing more than that, right? Is this black robe a quasi-emperor? This idea was quickly denied by Jian Wushuang. In the Sea of No Edge, he had seen two quasi-emperors. One is Zhuindi Heiyun, who devours the luck of Dian Immortal. The other is Yu Yao, who sacrificed thousands of Dian Immortals and eventually became Zhuan Emperor. They are terrible existences that can't speak arrogantly, and there is no order of heaven that can withstand them in the wave of hands. The quasi-emperor at a certain level was able to rank alongside the emperor. Regarding the terrifying extent of the emperor's Zhuan, Jian Wushuang had already felt it in the Sea of No Edge. The kind of air luck that could crush the eternity without any thought of resistance was far beyond imagination. Although today's black robe is almost immortal, even rank 9 Dian Immortal can't hinder it at all. But Jian Wushuang can still clearly feel the gap between black robe and Zhuindi. This gap is extremely clear. For a moment, he thought of the Peak Dian Immortal. Above the 9th rank Dian Immortal, it is the final state of Dian Immortal Realm. Only Pinnacle Dian could explain why Changfu fought his body and did not harm him. However, even if it was rank 9 Dian Immortal, it was not something Jian Wushuang could contend with, let alone the Peak Dian Immortal. So at this moment, standing here is tantamount to dying. Even if it is the 3 backs, the immortal body is more advanced, it can't make him resist the Peak Dian Immortal. And Nanxian, who is the 3rd rank Dian Immortal, was no different from being sent to death, and it was impossible to cause any serious damage to the black robe. At the same time, Jian Wushuang was also wondering, why is there such a terrifying existence in the bone armor of the sky character pattern? Could it be that the black robe is guarding or imprisoning the content contained in it? This puzzled him, and at the same time made the sky-shaped bone armor even more confusing. Facing these two figures, the black robe slowly stopped, and the face under the wide hood seemed to be thinking about something. Jian Wushuang quickly took out 2D pin pills and stuffed them into Nanxian's hands, and he also licked several D-pin pills. This is to be able to break out the most terrifying general situation in a short time. He didn't ask for a draw with the black robe, but only bought time to leave for the craftsman Su Tuo and his disciples. "Damn old guy, I take revenge for the previous sword today," Nanxian said in a deep voice, once again condensed behind a giant sun covering the world. Don't look directly at Jin Wei Huang Huang. The Qi luck belonging to the 3rd rank Dian Immortal broke out completely at this moment. Nanxian held a newly formed sword blank in his hand, which was the blank sword he had drawn out of the sword mountain. The endless red golden radiance shines behind him, and the sun is shining, and it contains 9 red golden suns, like a real golden wheel, flowing slowly behind him. This was Nanshan Ziqiang's sword, full of indomitable decisiveness. At this moment, the golden will burst out with extremely bright golden light, illuminating endless nothingness. A total of 9 Qijin Rihue, using the sword blank as a medium, vented wildly and violently looted, turning into a 9-handed 100,000 zhang true sword, slashing towards the black robe. Jian Wushuang also moved. The invisible sword flowing with the Shwana pattern easily cut off the order of the heavens that had just spawned and pressed down. Hypo stood in the same place and did not make an evasive posture as before, but chose to resist. Endless dying and nothingness shocked, and the violent sound wave burst again. Because Yen Li was too violent and violent, the sword blank in Nanshan's hand could not bear it, and it was directly shattered into nothingness. But his strongest sword eventually fell on Hypo's body. Rumble. The fiery golden light erupted. Nanshan tried his best to pierce the only remaining sword hilt in his hand into the left shoulder of the black robe. Jin Mang Debo vented wildly at this moment. He cut off his left shoulder abruptly, and Jian Wushuang, who followed him, cut off the black robe's right arm almost without any hindrance. You reading www.okanshu. Calm, dark purple misty silk. Threads gush out from the black robe. This scene shocked Nanshan. He never thought that he could cut off one arm of the black robe. You know, the black robe can wipe out the terrifying existence of a rank 6 Dayan immortal with a wave of his hand. Jian Wushuang was also startled. He could feel that he had indeed severed his arms. The black robe, which was originally almost immortal, had his arms cut off at this moment and did not immediately recover, but vented the dark, purple haze silk thread. Jian Wushuang was the first to react and quickly cast a glance at Nanshan, then faced the black robe and released his kendo. Wushuang Kendo, Zingehu Jianyani, the second style, river. The invisible sword pierced its chest with all its strength, and the towering Tianha took Jian Wushuang as its source and the invisible sword as a medium, and swept towards the black robe. This sword is a full-strength sword, doing everything. Nanshan also released the supreme power to blast towards the black robe's front door. They all know the truth about taking advantage of their illness, so they are doing their best. Boom! The immeasurable dust dies. The already shattered body of the black robe has completely turned into a powder, shattering the void. The incomparable slaying exploded, spreading hundreds of billions of miles, making the Sankanshan land, which was like a flat boat, even more likely to capsize at any time. Standing on the edge of the broken continent, the young man slowly lowered his arm in front of him, his face pale, eyes full of disbelief, because he saw that that figure, that person who was just a fairy, had accomplished an impossible thing. The existence that even Chang Fu didn't have the slightest way to destroy was killed by Jian Wushuang and became a fan. Unspeakable emotions flowed in his eyes. Chapter 5090. Yenxian, is this still Yenxian? Jian Wushuang, what kind of existence are you? Only bitterness was left in the young master's eyes. It seemed that from the beginning, he hadn't put Jian Wushuang in his eyes. Until the heavenly feast, the first battle to win the peach, Jian Wushuang almost got the final fairy peach with an unrivaled posture and entered the eyes of all the emperors. From that date, it was only 20,000 years old, and he had grown to an existence that even Gongzi Jiao could not ignore. Jian Wushuang, if you are the emperor's son, how good it would be! The son was stunned. I can give everything that the sun can't give you, including the blood of the emperor. At this moment, a timid voice sounded behind him. My lord, do you want to leave with us? The son corrected himself, looked at the immature emperor who was talking, shook his head slightly, and then continued to pay attention to everything that happened in the void. The immature disciple did not dare to stay too much, and hurried to the master Su Tuo. We don't have to go anymore. The danger seems to have been resolved. Su Tuo slowly got up, looked at the peaceful void, and let out a sigh of relief. Really, really solved. In the eternal extinguishment of nothingness, Nanxian's chest was violently ups and downs, panting heavily, as if he could not believe that he had solved the black robe. Jian Wushuang's situation was not much better than him, and the moment of release made him almost fall. The black robe's body without any backhand strength made Jian Wushuang feel unbelievable. He didn't believe that the black robe was directly extinguished in this way. Could it be that he will recover as before? He seemed to realize something, and subconsciously looked at the place where the black robe had died. Only then did he discover that the silky, dark, purple mist had condensed again. Jian Wushuang was shocked, and immediately blasted a great light, trying to completely destroy the mist, but to his surprise it had no effect. How could this happen? Nanxian also noticed, stepped back and hurriedly released Yanli to kill. But the silky dark purple haze seems to have the ability to nibble and swallow the power, and the power is not affected at all. With the formation of the vortex, the embryonic form of a body appeared again. That body is the black robe that was bombarded. How is it possible? How can this guy be immortal? Nanxian yelled, then blasted the body like crazy. This time, the reunited black robe didn't seem to be as slow as before. Facing Jian Wushuang and Nanxian, he slowly raised his palm. The broad palm suddenly opened his 5 fingers, blasting out an unimaginable, dark, purple beam of light. All this happened so fast that Nanxian couldn't avoid it at all, and could only watch his fairy body being penetrated. But the next moment, Jian Wushuang suddenly stood in front of Nanxian. OM! A giant glow burst out, and the boundless potential energy that was enough to destroy any cosmic realm erupted completely in front of Jian Wushuang's chest. Jiu Tian Yixian exudes a bright light, but the dark purple beam of light unexpectedly blasted into the only crack in Jiu Tian Yixian. Jian Wushuang only felt that his chest was broken in an instant, and the peculiar energy directly shattered his very body, and the blood spewed out. A tens of thousands of meters of dark purple light penetrated his chest and appeared in the eternal emptiness. What? All the disciples were shocked and shouted. Su Tuo trembled in disbelief. The black robe that had died down reappeared, and the shot directly released the aura of destruction, almost instantly causing Jian Wushuang to fall into a situation of life and death. Gong Zijiao was also completely shocked. His body moved, his face was in disbelief. The situation that had been almost foregone turned out in an instant. The black robe, like an immortal nightmare, appears again. Divine blood spilled into the void. Jian Wushuang's immortal body was completely shattered and fell back into Nanxian's arms. Hurry up! He tried hard to speak to Nanxian with the last trace of strength. Nanxian nodded vigorously, then desperately held Jian Wushuang to flee. This time, the black robe was no longer as dull as before, and when he noticed that they were running away, he immediately followed. Boom! The dark purple light beam exploded in the dying void. Nanxian was able to escape, but he had no power to fight again. He embraced Jian Wushuang and couldn't escape the black robe's pursuit. Facing Nanxian, who was fleeing in a panic, Hypo raised his palm again, and in an instant, thousands of dark purple rays of light turned into a big net covering the sky. The entire void of nihilism is almost covered, and Nanxian is inevitable. The sun frowned and frowned. He had been hunted down by this situation before. If Jian Wushuang hadn't helped him, he would have disappeared. At the moment, if there is no help from outside, Nanxian and Jian Wushuang will never escape. He was hesitating and seemed to be doing some kind of struggle inside. In the end, he didn't help, but tilted his head to the other side, facing the dense net that covered the sky. Even if Nanxian was unwilling, he was unable to return to the sky. The next moment, but the sudden change. with the only remaining sacred mountain in Sansun Mountain as the center. A mysterious black enchantment that can cover the sky and sun suddenly appears in. This black enchantment directly covered Nan Xian's figure, and the dense net that covered the sky followed closely, but slammed into the barrier and then crashed. Nan Xian was shocked, but before he had time to think about it, he directly held Jian Wushuang and landed on the top of the sacred mountain of Sansun Mountain. A group of disciples hurriedly lifted Jian Wushuang up and placed them on by his generous and kind back. "Little friend, he will be fine. You guys go quickly, here I will withstand it," Nan Xian said with a trembling, and then stuffed the last emperor pin pill in his arms into Jian Wushuang's mouth. Seeing this scene, Gongzi Jiao's expression changed again and again. He understood that if he didn't leave now, he couldn't leave even if he wanted to leave later. Outside the black barrier, the black robe was attacking frantically. Under his crazy offensive, the barrier was already full of cracks. When the sun saw it, he was ready to leave. Almost at the same time, a voice with supreme anger resounded. "It's really annoying. It makes the old man dead and uneasy." The craftsman Su Tu'o was startled, and then his eyes rounded to the extreme, as if he had witnessed something impossible. The whole sacred mountain began to tremble violently, as if the supreme Li Tian Dao was born. Then there was the pure sound of swords that drew 9 heavens forever and was breathtaking. With this black enchantment as the center, an unimaginable shadow descended. He was wearing a black robe, with real anger in his true eyes, as if he was crushing the ages like a sword, sharp to the extreme. He is above the 9th rank Dayan Immortal and is the peak Dayan Immortal. At the same time, he is also a sword spirit. Chapter 5091. Only when weapons have souls and long swords have spirits can they lead to a deeper realm. And the sword spirit that can grow into the pinnacle Dayan Immortal is the only one who rests in the sword grave of Sansun Mountain. He, who had been inevitably declining, unexpectedly reappeared at this moment, and with an endless momentum, he directly crushed the black robe. The mysterious black barrier shattered, and the black-robed old man, as a sword spirit, waved his hand and patted the black robe heavily. In an instant, it was like a mountain and a sea of dust disappearing forever. The supreme palm directly smashed the black robe into powder. Long support as strong as rank 9 Dayan Immortal. Even broken Xianyuan did not erase the black robe, but at this moment the black robe was slapped and turned into powder. This scene made all the disciples of Sankanshin, including Jian Wushuang, who had just awakened, and Gongzi Jiao, widen their eyes. Crush, kill in seconds. It was like the black robe of an immortal nightmare, but was drawn directly into powder at this moment, which made Jian Wushuang incredulous. But things did happen, and the black robe once again became a fan. Humph! The unimaginable phantom snorted coldly, then stood with his hand held, turned and walked towards the sacred mountain of Sansun Mountain. With each step, the huge phantom shrank until it reached the Sansun Mountain. It had become a normal figure. Nan Xian was so shocked that he couldn't speak. Watching him stammered, "Aren't you gone?" As soon as he said this, all the disciples, including Gongzi Jiao, changed their expressions and did not dare to breathe. You must know that this is the supreme and powerful person who can slap a black robe to death. If you say this, you will inevitably become angry. However, the horrible scene in the imagination did not appear, and the black-robed old man was a little annoyed. I wanted to die directly, but the outside world was so shocked that I couldn't bear it. Then I came back to life and killed the guy. That's it. Nan Xian's mouth twitched. Fortunately, you wake up. Otherwise, you won't see us. Just such a small bug. Turn this place upside down. The black-robed old man deplored his unsatisfactory expression. Is to see you already weakened to this point? All the disciples did not dare to speak, and Jian Wushuang, who had recovered from his near death, laughed bitterly at the words. Hugh said that they couldn't do it, even if it was also the long support from the Wango era. It ended up tragically. After a grievance, the black-robed old man noticed Jian Wushuang, who was in the body, and hurriedly walked towards him. "Little friend, what did you do?" Jian Wushuang smiled bitterly when he heard the words. Let the predecessors read the joke. The kid is invincible. Hearing this, the black-robed old man glared. You are an immortal. Although you are invincible, you are still moving forward. With the old man's posture in the past, these few rats with hidden heads and exposed tails, why dare not to step forward? After he finished speaking, he looked directly at Su Tuo, Nan Xian, and young Master Jiao. The young man took a few steps back, subconsciously. He didn't dare to say that the aura exuded by the black-robed old man was too domineering, making everyone who heard it silent. At the same time, he felt a very familiar aura in the black-robe old man, but he did not act rashly, but chose to silence. Nan Xian quickly explained, Don't look at me. I have been fighting side by side with my little friend from beginning to end. The black-robed old man snorted angrily, and then looked at Su Tuo. Little guy, come and explain to the old man why the little friend alone was hit hard. What did you eat? Su Tuo was dumb, and then smiled bitterly. Master you have to know that even if we were tied together before, it would never hurt the black robe at all. Just not long ago, a 9th-ranked great Yen immortal was lost here. Hearing this, the black-robed old man was shocked. How could it be possible for the 9th-ranked Dian immortal? Jian Wushuang opened his mouth and said in a condensed voice, Senior, that's true. The fallen 9th-ranked great Yen immortal is named Chang Fu. The black-robed old man said in disbelief, Chang Fu, that dumb little guy? All Yangtzeans twitch at the corners of their mouths and can call a strong person who has come out of the ancient times as a dumb little guy. How much qualifications and background do they need? And it seemed that the old man in black robe had already known Chang Fu a long time ago. It's a pity that this honest little guy survived the catastrophe, but he didn't expect to be buried in this unknown place. The black-robed old man seemed a little confused, causing melancholy. The galaxy turns, after all, it is endless. The so-called immortality, from the moment of proving the Tao and gaining the Tao, there is absolutely no possibility of a good death. Even the Nineth rank Dian immortal, or even the peak Dian immortal, rarely ends well. They are already above the Tao of heaven, and they can even modify any Tao of heaven at will. For them, the fate is already endless. The endless fate is like a cage. Let all the immortals sink in it. What can't be restrained by the fate of heaven? Is it not a cage of its own? Hypo said slowly, Well, the little guy left, and the old man has found revenge for him, so he can close his eyes. Since there is nothing more to do here, the old man went on to die. Jian Wushuang and the others shot again. This old man in black robes, whose origin is a sword spirit, seems to always be so independent and free and easy to do things. He went out to kill the black robe directly, and then he continued to prepare for his death. Little guy, never see you again. The black robe old man looked at Jian Wushuang and smiled. Senior, cherish it. Jian Wushuang solemnly arched his hands. At this moment, young Master Jiao, who had not spoken for a long time, suddenly said, This senior, we seem to have seen him. The black-robed old man turned around and looked at the sun with some doubts. Are you? The son Jiao smiled slightly, then arched his hands. This seat. The junior is the emperor under the true Wuyang seat. The emperor under the seat of Emperor Zhen Wuyang. The black-robe old man suddenly looked very excited. The galaxy has changed, and many Chinese have not seen you, and you have grown so big. The old man hugged you personally. Wait, Yenner. The young master's expression of complacency still froze on his face, and he realized that the black-robe old man seemed to have admitted the wrong person. Seeing his expression like a throat, Jian Wushuang couldn't help showing a smile. Reluctantly squeezing out a stiff smile, young master said, Going back to senior, this seat is not young Master Yen, but young Master Second Emperor. This time, It was his turn to be embarrassed by the black robe old man. He stopped on the spot and narrowed his eyes. Oh, I am confused and confused. The old man's eyes are clumsy, and he can't distinguish between the emperor and the second emperor. Don't blame it. The son twitched the corners of his mouth and could only signal that there was nothing wrong. Chapter 5092. But then the black-robed old man continued without knowing it. Let me ask the second emperor, how is the great emperor now? Gong Zizhou's face almost became the bottom of a black pot, and the corners of his mouth twitched constantly. He said in a tone of almost gritted teeth, very, very good. Hearing this, the old man in black robe laughed. It's so good, it's so good. Since the emperor's son is innocent, the old man can leave without worry. No, you can't go, senior, he hurriedly said. Changfu was once the elder under the seat given to me by the emperor, and now he has died in order to protect me, and there is no elder by my side. So, please seniors to become my elders. After the prince had finished correcting the words, he sincerely looked at the black robe old man. Jian Wushuang squinted his eyes slightly. After talking so much and going around such a big circle, he originally wanted the black-robed old man to replace Changfu and become the elder under his seat. It has to be said that Gong Zizhou does have a certain degree of city government and courage, and can obtain identification with his identity in an extremely passive situation. I am afraid that the black-robed old man will eventually become his elder. For a while, Jian Wushuang faintly worried. If the black-robed old man joins the camp of young Master Jiao, I am afraid that the battle between the emperor and the son will be even more terrible. He would never forget that the alliance of emperors and sons headed by Gong Zizhou had almost wiped out Xiaodaijin. Just when Jian Wushuang was suspicious, the black-robed old man spoke and said in a calm voice, Second Emperor, forgive the old man for his life. After that ancient catastrophe, the old man has irretrievably declined. Being able to exist is unimaginable, so the old man can't stay by your side. The son was startled, apparently unaware that the black-robed old man would refuse so simply. He hurriedly bowed his hands in a salute. Please also, seniors, must agree. The emperor's salute is unthinkable in the big division domain, and the black-robe old man has an inextricable relationship with Jinliang Emperor, and it is almost impossible not to agree. However, the ceremony did not go on. The black-robe old man directly stretched out his hand and waved the sun to straighten his figure. Then he said quite solemnly, the emperor should have the prestige of the emperor, and the place where the heaven is located, except for the emperor, does not need to give courtesy. The old man is indeed declining irretrievably and cannot assist any emperor. Please do not read the second emperor. Gongzi Jiao still wanted to say something, but the black-robed old man no longer gave him a chance to speak. He turned around and walked towards Jian Wushuang and said in a voice that only they could hear, If the little friend can see Yu Chang again, tell him that the old friend is gone. Don't read it. Also, let him find time to find another sword. No sword will not work after all. When Jian Wushuang heard this, a light flashed in his eyes. Until then, he didn't know that he had made a mistake, including Gongzi Jiao. That is, the old man in black robe was once Shen Weiyang's right-hand man. It turns out that he is not. And Jian Wushuang also realized at this time that Yu Chang also used a sword, but his matching long sword was condensed by air, and it was almost the same as Jian Wushuang's invisible sword. The reason Jian Wushuang used the invisible sword was because his Tai Luo divine sword was destroyed, and there was no sword that could carry Wushuang's sword. And Yu Chang also used the invisible sword. It must be because the long sword was destroyed. As the true peak of the great emperor, the black-robed old man who is also a sword spirit, he must be a supreme sword that is beyond bondage. And besides Zhan Wuyang, only Yu Chang could be worthy of this sword. A vast domain, a domain with 2 emperors. Such a secret thing. I am afraid that apart from those veterans who survived the War of Wangu era, only Jian Wushuang knew. Yu Chang is also an emperor. This sounds incredible, but it is true. and the black-robed old man, who is the pinnacle Dayan Immortal, is indeed qualified to be called the Emperor's Sword. Only Yu Chang is qualified to be his master. This can be seen in the black-robed old man calling himself Yu, and the gift of Jian Wushuang with an inscribed Mo Qing Lingjing. After saying this, the old man in black robe smiled warmly and reached out and tapped on his wrist. Jian Wushuang understood it and subconsciously looked at his wrist. There, wearing a simple and powerful sea bracelet. Bracelet, is it related to Uncle Yu? He shook his head for a moment. The memory from the borderless sea to the upper-facing heavenly court has been fragmented. Jian Wushuang can't recall any clues that have memories at all, and naturally can't know the origin of this Songhai bracelet. Well, the matter is over. The old man will wait for death. The black-robed old man laughed, and then he was about to leave. But at this time Jian Wu's double-faced color changed, and then he looked at him with a wry smile. "I'm afraid, Senior, can't leave yet. That guy has appeared again." As soon as these words came out, the expressions of the master craftsmen Su Tuo and Nan Xian suddenly changed, and they almost said in the same way, "How is it possible?" 3 times, it really died out 3 times, but all 3 times recovered again. This is beyond imagination and is a fundamentally impossible thing. Even if it is, Jian Wushuang felt a deep sense of powerlessness for the black robe that came out of the bone armor of the sky. Is he really immortal? Immortality is immortal. This concept is too terrifying, almost impossible to exist. Even Jian Wushuang's immortal body could not be resurrected in such a short time as Black Robe. But Hypo did it. Even in the hands of pinnacle Dayan Immortal, he survived and resurrected. The black-robed old man obviously hadn't thought about this situation either, and his brow was slightly frowned. "You wait, I'll kill him completely." After he finished speaking, his figure swept directly into the void of vanity. OM. The unparalleled sound mang trembles, making the dying and nothingness turbulent. The mighty power belonging to the pinnacle Dayan Immortal fully emerged at this moment. The black robe was still resurrected at the place where it had previously been destroyed, and the dark purple brilliance burst out from under the wide black robe. Court death! The black-robed old man snorted angrily, and the giant sound radiated 9 times. Then one party covered the sky with a big palm facing the black robe. At this moment, Tiandao was trembling. Hypo seemed to feel something and looked up at the void. He finally stopped being indifferent and directly reached out to fight. The huge amount of dark purple light beam seemed to be enough to divide the void into 2, carrying the boundless force into the void. The big palm covering the sky condensed from the order of the heavens, and the great avenue of the ages came down. The 2 collided, an immense explosion exploded, and the terrible death blast trembled to 9 days and 10 places. On the top of Sansuan Mountains, only Sacred Mountain, Jian Wushuang stared at the scene. Then he released his own power without any hesitation and enveloped the entire Sacred Mountain under the barrier. Chapter 5093. In this barrier, all the disciples looked at Jian Wushuang nervously. Before they knew it, they had pinned their hopes on this young man Yanxian. Seeing the back of Jian Wushuang, who released the strength to stabilize the enchantment, Gong Zizhou's eyes were cold and resentful. He didn't understand why the strongest would have good ties with Jian Wushuang. It would be fine if it was Yanxian, but it happened that Dayanxian appeared endlessly beside him. Even rank 6 and rank 9 Dayanxian could mix with him. Damn it, how did this guy do it? The sun was almost mad with jealousy. Jian Wushuang, don't be proud. This seat will stomp you on your feet one day. This time, the big palm covering the sky, covered by the black robe old man, no longer worked. As the light and shadow shattered, the big palm covering the sky was also directly divided. The dark purple bazaar Huameng crazily erode the power and the way of heaven. It was actually a blow from the black robe old man. Okay, The big palm covering the sky shattered into billions of streams of light spilling into the void, and the black robe elder was puzzled. And the black robe that had just recovered seemed to be stronger than before. The first fight did not cause any serious damage to the black robe, which made him begin to solemnly. The black robe elder, who has experienced countless battles since the ancient times, also felt the black robe very different at this moment. He couldn't feel the flow of any derivative force from the body of the black robe, not even the slightest wave of derivative force. This makes the black robe old man extremely strange. Yanli is the fundamental power of the entire big division, even the ultimate evangelism. No monk or even Yuxian can get rid of the evangelical power, even for the emperor. But right now, the black robe completely did not drive Yanli. The dark purple huamang he used was extremely peculiar and fundamentally different from Yanli. For a while, the black-robed old man had many thoughts, but he was quickly forgotten. The danger of living is worth thinking about, while the danger of death is not called danger. The void oscillated, and the heavenly order shattered again. The black-robed old man stepped away, and he stretched out his right palm and pointed like a sword, slashing towards the black robe. Like the immortal black robe, it seemed to be more agile than before. Facing the supremely powerful black robe old man, he actually knew how to avoid his edge. Struggle. At the same time, Jian Wushuang, who was standing on the top of the sacred mountain watching the battle, looked at the black robe solemnly. He noticed that the black robe seemed to be adapting to it, and at the same time stronger than before. Could it be that without touching the source, every time you die, you will get stronger? Jian Wushuang was thinking, and at the same time faintly worried about the black robe old man. The reason why he has been talking about death-seeking is most likely that the situation of the fairy body has really reached the end of the force. Under this premise, even if the black-robed old man is pinnacle Dayan Immortal, he is very likely to fall into a passive state. In the void of eternal extinguishment and nothingness, a more violent battle broke out. As a black-robed old man who was already at the peak of the ancient times, his background is simply unimaginable. He can wave his hand at will, and he can create thousands of chains of heavenly order. Chains of order from the heavens, like a broken ancient dragon, emerged from the void and twisted toward the black robe. There are too many hesitations about the chains of heavenly order, and he can't avoid it at all, and he is instantly entangled in it. Looking at the ancient voices, every chain of the heavenly order trembles at this moment, and a series of dark cyan dense patterns appear. At this moment, centered on the black robe bound by the entanglement, 999 chains of heavenly order broke out at the same time. The luck contained in every chain of heaven order is the full blow of the black robe old man. The 999 chains of heaven order are 990 full blows. The emptiness that becomes eternal and nihilistic is therefore discolored. The supreme air luck that belonged to the peak Dayan Immortal broke out completely, and the black robe that was entangled in the body and couldn't get out of it began to shatter directly under the suppression of this air luck. Obviously, the body of the black robe couldn't bear so many chain lashes of the order of the heavens at all, and fine cracks quickly formed. And the black robe old man came to the black robe at this moment. His face was solemn, as if he had noticed something, and he said directly, "You are not a fairy in the great division. What is your origin? The remnants of the heavens from the past." The black robe did not speak, and the body under the wide black robe seemed to be broken at any time. The black-robed old man narrowed his eyes, and he realized that even he couldn't see the face under the black-robed hood at all. From beginning to end, he was extremely secretive. "What on earth are you from?" The black-robe old man repeated it again. This time, Hypo slowly raised his head and looked at him. At such a close distance, he couldn't see the face under his hood, only the dark purple haze, which was quite strange. This black robe who walked out of the bone armor with the sky character pattern and whose identity is all mysterious, finally spoke. The hoarse voice seemed to be separated by countless years and times. Peep at the ciphertext, die. The black-robe old man condensed his brows. What ciphertext say? Peep at the ciphertext, die. Hypo repeated it again. He suddenly raised his head and looked directly at the black-robe old man. Two black lights shot out from under the hood like long swords. Unprepared, the black-robed old man stared at him, and there was a moment of dazzling. At this moment, under the black robe, a purple glow burst out like a sword. This purple light pierced the black-robe old man's chest fiercely through the chains of heavenly order. In an instant, the 990 chains of heaven's order broke down, and the supreme luck was going crazy. Senior! Jian Wushuang yelled and rushed to the black-robe old man without hesitation, being penetrated by Zimeng's chest. Even Pinnacle Dian's chest was broken at this moment. You want to die. The invisible sword enveloping the red-gold Xuanhe pattern had already condensed. Jian Wushuang stepped on the void and suddenly threw the invisible sword in his hand towards the black robe. At this moment, even the monstrous, dark, purple haze was retreating. Boom! The blazing, invisible sword also pierced the chest of the black robe, and the purest Wushuang swordsmanship exploded in his body. The black robe, which was already densely covered with cracks, could no longer withstand this degree of fluctuation, and it was broken into powder. Jian Wushuang didn't even look at the place where the black robe body fell, and raised his hand to protect the black robe old man who was falling. Senior, how are you doing? The black-robed old man looked pale, and his supreme luck quickly disappeared from his broken chest. He said in a hoarse voice, the situation seems to be a little uncomfortable, and now my chest pain is a bit severe. Chapter 5094. Although Jian Wushuang was anxious, he quickly calmed down. He fixed his eyes, and in front of the broken chest of the black-robe old man, there was a lingering, dark, purple brilliance flowing slowly. Under his thoughts, Jian Wushuang quickly took out 2D pin pills. One was stuffed into the mouth of the black-robed old man, and the other was crushed directly to the wound. At the entrance of the pill, the black-robed old man stared suddenly, which belonged solely to the power of the Emperor Pin Pill, which was so powerful that it could not be vainly stated. Even the Pinnacle Dian Immortal was enough to fully recover. At the entrance of the pill, feeling the extremely powerful medicinal effect, the black-robe old man quickly closed his eyes and began to adjust his breath. But Jian Wushuang didn't dare to neglect, and stretched out his hand to pull out the smog and dust that covered the wound. Nanha craftsman Su Tuo and others also rushed to release Yanli together to protect the black-robe old man. Time passed by, and his trauma slowly stabilized. Finally, the black-robed old man slowly opened his eyes and looked at Jian Wushuang with bright eyes. Then, excitedly said with a voice that only the two of them could hear, "Good boy, where did you get this pill? How can it taste the same as the old man stealing it back then?" Jian Wushuang was full of black lines, a little messy. He never thought that the first thing the black-robe old man would wake up was actually saying this. Immediately afterwards, the black-robed old man looked proud again. "Good boy, it seems that you have given the old guy's nest." The corners of his mouth twitched. "Senior, it seems you don't hurt anymore." Speaking of this, the black-robed old man is considered a serious face. The pain doesn't hurt anymore, but that guy pushed me one more step toward death. Jian Wushuang knew that his words were true, and he was inevitably declining because his luck was too severe and could not be condensed at all and could only be released. Coupled with this battle, it pushed the black-robed old man to his death. Well, now that this matter is over, the old man will continue to wait for death. The black-robed old man uttered his mantra and completely put aside life and death. However, just as his words fell, his complexion suddenly changed, and his gaze also looked into the sky far away. No, That group of guys are here too. Jian Wushuang instantly became vigilant, but before he could speak, the black-robed old man hurriedly roared, "Little guy, what about the spar I gave you earlier? Run out and let the old man go in and hide." Jian Wushuang did so, and after taking out the black diamond crystal from the Boyang bottle, the black-robed old man plunged directly into it and disappeared. He was wary and wondering, who was the one who would make the black-robed old man so jealous? In the next moment, from the depths of the endless void, a magnificent and supreme luck appeared, covering the sky. These lucks are not just one, but there are dozens of them. Come back! Nan Xian was about to be tossed feebly. Jian Wushuang squinted his eyes slightly, and he felt the magnificent luck that covered the sky, and he did not carry any horrible killing intent. He thought to himself, could it be someone from heaven? It seems to be, to confirm his conjecture, a total of 10 roads carrying the light wheels of Yanli, carrying the treasures of supreme luck, stepped into the air, really come from heaven. Jian Wushuang frowned, and soon realized that it must have been the aura of destruction emanating from the sky that had disturbed the heavenly court. So he sent the veteran to investigate. But in a short while, the 10 treasures came here. Their faces are majestic, full of photographs. With their arrival, the unspeakable order of heaven was reconstructed, becoming an eternal void of nothingness and beginning to stabilize. Everyone is careful. These people are all celestial elders. The craftsman Su Tuo reminded in a low voice, his eyes solemn. So this is the veteran of heavenly court. Nan Xian whispered thoughtfully, and Gongzi Jiao was completely relieved. As the son of the emperor, there is no elder who is closer to the heavens than him. Headed by the 10 treasures is a glaring figure, clean face without need and full of cold breath. He took a step forward, his gaze slowly swept across Jian Wushuang and the others, and after staying on the figures of Jian Wushuang and Gongzi Jiao for a moment, he withdrew his gaze again. Who did it here? Angrily asked in a cold voice, unimaginable oppression followed. Rank 9 Dian Immortal, Jian Wushuang, first determined that these veterans who have survived from the Wango era to the present are all 9th rank Dian Immortal, and there is even a pinnacle Dian Immortal. In the face of these terrible existences, wanting to resist is sheer nonsense. At this moment, all were silent. The cause of this devastation was too complicated. The black robe of the initiator had completely disappeared, and it was impossible to dialectically. What's more, the heavenly court is not a good person, and if it causes such damage to devotion, it may be restrained by the heavenly court. This was Jian Wushuang's worry, so he didn't intend to speak. And Nan Xian also shook his head and looked around with an unaware expression. The craftsman Su Tuo also gritted his teeth and remained silent. He knew that such terrible damage had been caused to the heavens. Once found by the heavens, Yu Kanshu www.okanshu, Calm would inevitably be exiled to a deserted place for years. At this time, the son who had not spoken to correct took a step forward slowly. Zhenyao Xianjun I. Without finishing a sentence, the angry figure called Zhenyao Xianjun directly interrupted him and said coldly, Your Highness, did I let you speak? The son suppressed the sound, his face turned blue and red, the anger in his eyes flashed away, and then he returned to the original place. Xianjun Zhenyao continued to patrol, and finally stopped on Jian Wushuang, who was watching his nose and his heart. Jian Wushuang, tell me what's going on here. Jian Wushuang's figure stiffened slightly, rather helpless. He didn't know why this Zhenyao Xianjun knew his name, but he could faintly guess some of the connections. After pondering for a while, he said, I originally came here with my companions to experience and visit the senior master craftsman by the way, but some unexpected big changes have taken place. An evil object suddenly arrived here and began to wreak havoc, and it was quickly destroyed. In order to prevent the world from being destroyed, the senior master craftsman and I took action together and began to resist the evil object. But the evil thing is too cruel, we are not his opponents at all. Just when we are all invincible and are about to die, the evil thing suddenly fled from here. And just after that, you are here. Now that I think about it, the evil thing suddenly fled. It must be because of fear of the supreme luck of the immortals, and thus quickly fled. After speaking, Jian Wushuang sighed in relief. With these words, while dripping water, he slapped another wave of flattery from the celestial elders, which made Nan Xian a thumbs up in secret. Chapter 5095, Guardian of the Secret Text. In this realm, all disciples watched Jian Wushuang with intense anticipation. Unbeknownst to them, they had already placed all their hopes on this young Yen Immortal. As they watched Jian Wushuang stabilize the barrier with his Yen power, Prince Zhou's gaze grew cold and resentful. He could not understand why the most powerful individuals were all friendly with Jian Wushuang. If it were just Yen Immortal, it would be one thing, but even 6 and 9 revolutions grand Yen Immortals seemed to flock to him. Damn it! How did this guy manage to do it? Prince Zhou was consumed by jealousy. Jian Wushuang, don't get too cocky. One day, I'll crush you beneath my feet. This time, the all-encompassing palm that descended from the black-robed elder failed to have the same effect. With shattered light and shattered shadows, the palm was directly dispersed. A strange, dark purple radiance aggressively consumed the Yen Immortal power and even defied the heavens, withstanding the black-robed elder's attack. As the sky-breaking palm shattered into countless streams of light in the void, the black-robed elder looked puzzled. The previously weakened, black-robed figure now seemed even more formidable. Their first confrontation hadn't inflicted any significant damage on the black-robed figure, causing the elder to grow wary. The black-robed elder, who had experienced countless battles since the ancient era, now sensed something entirely different about the black-robed figure. He could not sense any flow of Yen immortal power from the black-robed figure, not even the slightest ripple of it. This left the black-robed elder extremely perplexed. Yen power was the fundamental force of the entire Great Sea region, even the ultimate force of the Grand Yen Immortal Realm. No cultivator, not even emperors, could escape the influence of Yen power, let alone Yen Immortals. But now, this black-robed figure appeared to have completely and utterly avoided using Yen power. The strange dark purple radiance he emitted was unique and fundamentally distinct from Yen immortal power. For a moment, the black-robed elder entertained many thoughts, but he quickly pushed them aside. There was only value in contemplating when one was in danger of losing their life, and there was no danger in death. The void trembled, and the order of the heavens shattered once more. The black-robed elder moved through the air, extending his right palm with finger-like blades, striking toward the black-robed figure. The seemingly indestructible black-robed figure appeared even more agile than before. Faced with the supremely powerful black-robed elder, he somehow managed to avoid the full force of the attack. The fierce battle raged on. At the same time, Jian Wushuang, who stood atop the divine mountain, gazed intently at the figure in the black-robed figure. He could sense that the black-robed figure was adapting to the surroundings and growing even stronger than before. Could it be that without touching the source, each death makes one stronger? Jian Wushuang pondered out loud, all the while harboring concerns for the old man in the black-robed figure. The old man's constant mention of seeking death may very well have indicated that the condition of his immortal body had truly reached its last stand. In this situation, even if the black-robed elder was a peak grand Yen Immortal, he might find himself at a disadvantage. A more intense battle erupted within the eternal void, becoming a relentless clash. The black-robed elder, who had been a peak grand Yen Immortal since ancient times, possessed an unfathomable foundation. He could casually conjure thousands of chains of heavenly Tao with a mere wave of his hand. Countless chains of heavenly Tao, resembling ancient colossal dragons, emerged from the void and entwined around the black-robed figure. There were simply too many of these chains of heavenly Tao for him to avoid, and in an instant he found himself ensnared by them. Buzz! A resounding roar echoed through the ancient heavens, and in that moment, each chain of celestial order trembled, giving rise to intricate ink-blue patterns. At this moment, with the black-robed figure at its center, 999 chains of heavenly Tao simultaneously erupted with unparalleled force. The destiny contained within each chain of celestial order was equivalent to the black-robed elder's full-powered strike. 999 chains of heavenly Tao meant 999 full-powered strikes. Even the eternal void of endless annihilation was perturbed by this. The unparalleled fate energy of a peak grand yen immortal erupted completely, and the black-robed figure, bound and unable to escape, began to shatter under the crushing force of this fate energy. It was quite evident that the body beneath the black-robed figure couldn't withstand the relentless lashings of the heavenly order chains, rapidly developing fine cracks. At this moment, the old man in the black-robed figure arrived in front of the black-robed figure. His expression grew solemn, as if he had sensed something. He spoke directly. "You don't belong to the Great Sea region. Who are you really, and what is your origin? A remnant of the ancient heavenly court?" The black-robed figure remained silent, and it seemed that their body under the wide black-robed figure was on the verge of breaking apart at any moment. The old man in the black-robed figure narrowed his eyes. He could not even see the face beneath the hood, not even when it was himself attempting to do so. Throughout, this figure remained enigmatic to the extreme. "Who are you really?" the old man repeated. This time, the black-robed figure slowly raised their head to gaze at him. Even at such close proximity, their face beneath the hood remained hidden. All that could be seen was layer upon layer of dark purple mist, which was rather peculiar. Finally, the black-robed figure, who emerged from the heaven-patterned bone armor and whose identity was shrouded in mystery, spoke. Their hoarse voice seemed to have traversed countless ages and eras. "One who gazes upon the secret text shall perish." The black-robed elder furrowed his brow. "What secret text? Speak." "One who gazes upon the secret text shall perish." The phrase was repeated once more, and the figures suddenly raised their head, locking eyes with the old man in the black-robed figure. Two jet-black rays shot out from beneath the hood like elongated swords. Caught off guard, the old man momentarily lost focus as they stared back. In that very moment, a sword-like purple radiance burst forth from beneath the black-robed figure and pierced the old man's chest. In an instant, the 999 heavenly Tao chains shattered, and the fate energy vanished rapidly. "Senior!" Jian Wushuang shouted without any hesitation as he lunged toward the old man in the black-robed figure. Even the chest of a peak grand yen immortal like the old man was shattered by the purple radiance. "You seek death!" The invisible sword, enveloped in blazing golden divine patterns, had already materialized, and Jian Wushuang, with his feet suspended in the void, hurled the invisible sword towards the black-robed figure. At this moment, even the overwhelming dark purple mist retreated. Boom! The incandescent, burning invisible sword also pierced through the black-robed figure's chest, and the purest form of the Wushuang sword Tao erupted within. The already heavily cracked, black-robed figure couldn't withstand such an impact, and it shattered into fragments. Jian Wushuang did not look at where the black-robed figure had fallen. He raised his hand and caught the falling old man. "Senior, are you all right?" The black-robed elder's face turned pale, and the supreme fate energy quickly dissipated from his shattered chest. In a hoarse voice, he said, "The situation seems a bit dire. My chest is hurting quite badly now." Chapter 5096. Jian Wushuang nodded his head hurriedly. "I also ask Xianjun to take action as soon as possible. This evil thing is too shocking to the world. In order to prevent future troubles, please do it quickly." Destroy? The old man can't be killed naturally. He has to be caught alive and handed over to the emperor. Jinyao Xianjun made a decision, and then looked at the black robe again. Confused. Jian Wushuang shook his head, but he could no longer attract the attention of the veterans. Facing the black robe, the 10 Wangu veterans who walked out of the heavenly court released their own treasures. 10 veterans of the ancient times, 10 nine-turn great Yenxian, boundless luck directly in the nirvana, forming the supreme luck. This kind of luck is even beyond the scope of comprehension. Even Dian Immortal is like dust under this kind of supreme luck. Emperor's luck? Jian Wushuang was startled slightly. Looking at the sky-covering luck, he quickly understood. The reason why this kind of supreme luck is extremely terrifying is because there is the flow of Emperor's luck in it. The so-called Emperor's luck is the supreme thing, flowing in all things invisible, only the Emperor can control. As the elders and immortals who have followed the Emperor since the ancient times, although they cannot control the Emperor's luck, they often accompany the Emperor's side, and they will naturally be moistened by the Emperor's luck. After endless years, the luck of these elders and immortals naturally carried more or less the luck of emperors. Under this supreme atmosphere, all immortals tremble. There was the birth of the Qi luck that was pressing against the heavenly Tao, turning into branches and tangling around the black robe. It is foreseeable that once war starts, it will inevitably be even more tragic and terrifying. Jian Wushuang swallowed his throat and subconsciously shifted his figure. If it were to go to war, he would be tied into a zongzi he would never escape. Evil thing, put your hands together! Zhen Yao Xianjun said loudly, trembling through the 9 heavens and 10 earth. Under the boundless atmosphere, the black robe slowly recovered, and he seemed to adapt to this suppression quickly. Then, from under the wide hood, 2 dark purple lights suddenly appeared, looking for death. Immortal King Jinyao was angry and waved to cover him down. Void shocks, along with his shot, the other 9 veterans also shot together. The huge palms of the 10 directions that contain the meaning of supremacy came down. Facing these 10 giant palms, the black robe was alone, lonely and treacherous, and did not make any escape movements. He slowly raised his head, then his arms were in a gesture of supporting the sky, and he chose a hard shake. Boom, boom, boom. At this moment, even the nirvana trembling to the point of unspeakable, and Jian Wushuang and others were knocked into the air by the sound wave, retreating thousands of feet. The boundless Qi luck faded in an instant, and the branches of Qi luck shattered. Okay. All the elders, Xianjun, were asking questions, and after a glance he stared at the black robe. Under the boundless and supreme luck, the giant palms of the 10 directions that contain the meaning of supremacy did not cover it, but were abruptly caught by the black robe. The 10 big palms with light golden aura cracked fine cracks. At the cracks, wisps of dark, purple huamang like mist were covered. Jinyao Xianjun looked dignified. He looked at the other 9 veterans, and then squeezed his right hand again and again, and suddenly patted the black robe. The 9 veteran Xianjun didn't hesitate and also slapped it. The 10-sided giant palm, which had been densely covered with cracks, seemed to have received some kind of blessing. The cracks were instantly repaired, and bright golden glow appeared. Under the giant palms of the 10 directions, the black robe, which was holding the sky, could not bear the weight, and instantly fell apart, and his body was crushed. Jinyao Xianjun said in a deep voice, "You guys need to stay alive." The 9 veteran immortals simultaneously retracted their strength and stood with their hands behind them. Immediately afterwards, Jinyao Xianjun jumped to the center of the boundless luck. His arms were broken, and the black robe sat on the ground, resisting the terrifying pressure brought by the luck. He frowned and said, "Who are you? Why do you want to destroy the sky?" Hei Pao said nothing, but slowly raised his head, shooting 2 cold glows from under the wide hood. Xianjun Jinyao was slightly startled, and he couldn't see the face under the black robe from his realm. The one who looks at the ciphertext, Dai. It was that sentence again. The black robe repeated and then fell silent. Who is watching the ciphertext? Jinyao Xianjun continued to ask, but no matter how he asked, the black robe fell silent and said nothing. For some reason, subconsciously, he turned around and looked at Jian Wushuang, who was thousands of feet away. Jian Wushuang, who was struggling to untie the chains of the heavenly order on his body, hurriedly calmed down when he felt the gaze coming from him, and continued to observe his nose and heart. It must be the trouble caused by this kid. Jinyao Xianjun thought to himself, and then put aside these problems for the time being. Seeing this black robe that could even shake the 10 veterans Xianjun. Jinyao Xianjun didn't have the slightest support. He waved his arm, and suddenly the boundless luck began to condense into chains. There are 10 chains in total, and each chain is formed by the luck of a veteran, Xianjun, and binds the black robe together. Then Jinyao Xianjun took out a small cauldron from his waist and took the black robe directly into the cauldron. After all this was done, the void resumed its final state of nihilism. After looking back at Jian Wushuang, Jinyao Xianjun looked ahead, back to heaven. The fairy cloud shrouded, and the force flowed and rose, because it is so pure that it becomes a liquid source of derivation. It converges to become a torrent waterfall flowing in the fairy mountain sky stream. The cycle goes back and forth endlessly. This is the supreme wonderland that one party can't speak arrogantly or look directly at it. Hidden in the misty clouds, Zioyentai has never been stepped by the emperor for hundreds of millions of years. It is a relatively secret place in the whole heaven. At this moment, on the calm platform in the misty clouds, Jian Wushuang, who was tied into a zongzi by the order of heaven, said helplessly, "What are you talking about? I just don't understand." "Really don't understand?" Jinyao Xianjun squatted in front of him and said with a smile. Jian Wushuang said firmly, "I really don't understand. Even if you throw me into the sea of no edge, I still don't know what happened, and there is no result if you ask again." "Good boy. You still don't speak at this time. Do you really want the emperor to speak in person?" A veteran with black eyebrows and white beards couldn't help but persuade him. "Explain as soon as possible, you know. Destroy the universe to that extent, the consequences would be disastrous." Jian Wushuang hurriedly said, "Don't talk nonsense. I really didn't destroy that great sky. You have seen who destroyed it. You can confront him." "You." The elder Xianjun with black eyebrows and white beards was suddenly angry and didn't know what to say. Please remember the domain name of the books. First publication. Mobile version reading URL. Chapter 5097. Looking at Jian Wushuang, who was unable to make progress. Even Jinyao Xianjun was quite a headache. If you don't eat the soft ones, you can't come with the hard ones. If you want to know some secrets, I'm afraid you have to dig from other Yanxian. Thinking of this, Jinyao Xianjun looked at the craftsman Su Tuo and said, "Old man, you should always know something, right?" Su Tuo shook his head without hesitation. "Everything happened too fast. Even if I want to know something, it's too late." Jinyao Xianjun offered a condition. "You speak out, and I will ask the emperor to return you a heaven that is more perfect than Sansuan Mountain." Su Tuo shook his head and then said nothing. "You old fellow, I see when you hold back," he said angrily. Nan Xian quickly put aside the relationship. "Don't look at me, I don't know anything. It's just a passing by Xian. It has nothing to do with me." Jinyao Xianjun got up angrily and didn't ask anything at all. Immediately afterwards, the cloud and smoke around the Zioyentai suddenly had a gilt color flowing over, full of a sensational trend. The veteran Xianjun's complexion changed slightly at the moment, and they all looked out of Zioyentai with a serious face. A pure golden light broke through the layers of clouds and cast onto the huge dojo in Zioyentai. Then, the two treasures stepped down the clouds and came to the platform of Shaoyin. Seeing these two figures, Jian Wushuang was quite speechless. The craftsman Su Tuo was shocked, so he closed his eyes and stopped looking. Gongzi Jiao was both surprised and happy. Although Nanxian had never been to the heavenly court, as Dian Immortal, he could naturally feel that kind of aura fluctuations with incredible expressions in his eyes. As for the disciples of San Siuan Mountain, they had already passed out, and they didn't even have a chance to see the true face of the emperor. Those who came were Zhan Weiyang and Yu Chang, the lord of the whole heaven. I have seen the emperor. Headed by Jinyao Xianjun, the 10 veteran Xianjun saluted. Zhan Weiyang waved his hand, then slowly glanced at Jian Wushuang and the others. A faint smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. How is the situation in the sky? Jinyao Xianjun slightly nodded. Returning to Emperor, the situation is not very good, and 1/6 of the heaven has been beaten into nothingness. Zhan Weiyang's expression condensed. 1/6 of the heaven has been beaten into nothingness. It's true. They did it. I don't know at the moment. Jinyao Xianjun looked rather embarrassed. However, the destroyers have been found. Upon hearing this, Zhan Weiyang looked at Jian Wushuang again with a deep and majestic voice. Jian Wushuang, why is there you in the sky? Shouldn't you be in the 6-day realm? Jian Wushuang's mouth trembled slightly, and then he said, Dad, I'm going to relax. Relieve? Why didn't you go with Yenner? Zhan Weiyang frowned slightly. Jinyao Xianjun hurriedly said, Emperor, little emperor, is the emperor, and should not walk around at will. Only then did Zhan Weiyang realize that the meaning was wrong, and after a light cough, he looked at Jinyao Xianjun. Since the destroyer of the heavenly emperor has been found, let it out on the spot. He nodded, and then took off the small tripod around his waist and threw it into the air. In an instant, the great light of the Chinese Dingzhong burst out, and the chains of atmospheric transportation came out, and then a black robe fell on the ground. With the appearance of this black robe, the peaceful and quiet Zaiyantai quietly took up a dangerous atmosphere. At this moment, Zhan Weiyang and Yu Chang stared at the same time. The emperor's luck that belonged to the emperor came and directly suppressed the black robe. Bound by chains of atmospheric transport and suppressed by the emperor's gas transport, the black robe that was originally strong enough to fight the peak Dian Immortal collapsed at a speed visible to the naked eye. Zhan Weiyang condensed his eyes, waved his hand to lower the emperor's luck, and smashed the chains of the atmosphere on the black robe. Without the restraints, He robe got up directly, and an unspeakable treacherous aura burst out instantly. However, Zhan Weiyang just moved his palm to directly shatter the breath. The entire Shaoyun typhoon was surging and dark clouds appeared. Zhan Weiyang looked solemn and stared at the black robe closely. After a long time he said slowly, "Where did you come from, and why would you destroy my big division?" The black robe raised his head, and a dull and barren voice came from under his hood, peeping at the cipher text, "Death." Zhan Weiyang frowned. "Are you from Tongtian Buddha realm?" At this time Yu Chang, who had not spoken, shook his head slightly. It is unlikely that they are monks in the world of Tongtian Buddhism. They are very cautious and rarely break into the Great Division. Indeed, they also don't have hair. Zhan Weiyang followed up with a teasing, and then solemnly, "But why can't he understand his realm, cultivation? Isn't he a fairy?" "Peep at the ciphertext, die." Hypo repeated the same words again, peeping at the ciphertext. Zhan Weiyang looked directly at Jian Wushuang, then waved his hand to carry him directly. "What is a ciphertext? Did you go to Dalmatian to find a ciphertext?" Jian Wushuang was dumb, and immediately after the chains of luck on his body were wiped off, he stood in front of Zhan Weiyang and Yu Chang. "That I don't know too well. I haven't figured out any clues yet. The reason you went to Domitian is probably to find Su Tuo to find some ciphertexts." Zhan Weiyang pointed out the crux of the problem. At this point, Jian Wushuang didn't want to hide too much. "Yes, it's because of this. It is possible to destroy 1/6 of the world of Domitian into nothingness. I am afraid it is just something he can't do." Zhan Weiyang stared at him closely, Is it caused by your fighting? Jian Wushuang shook his head. With my strength, I just barely protect myself. Who is at war with him? Chang Fu. Chang Fu. Yes, he dragged the black robe at the cost of death. Zhen Wuyang frowned, which was bad news for him. Chang Fu is the 9-turned Dian Immortal who came out of the Wanggu era. He has been following him for countless years, and after countless blood battles, and finally opened up the Desiu, is the veteran hero of the heaven. But right now, the elders under his seat, Chang Fu, died silently, slowly breathing out. Zhen Wuyang looked at Jian Wushuang and said, "Where did this black robe come from?" Regarding where the black robe came from, apart from Jian Wushuang, even Nan Xian and the craftsman Su Tuo could not guess. As long as he didn't say it, no Yen Xian would know where the black robe came from. But now, Jian Wushuang faintly realized that the heavenly character bone armor was not as simple as imagined. It is even out of control in a sense. So far, Jian Wushuang has been convinced that the cipher text hidden in the bone armor of the Tianzi pattern is related to Xuanyi. But everything has not been solved. It is still confusing, even dangerous. What is the origin of the black robe in the bone armor of the sky? Please remember the domain name of the book's first publication. Mobile version reading URL. Chapter 5098. Why is there such a terrifying existence in Xian Yi's final secret Tianzi pattern bone armor? Moreover, even Emperor Zhenwuyang could not detect the realm of that black robe. In what form did he exist in the bone armor of the sky character? And how many years did he exist? Everything seems to surface, but everything involves more. Like a mess of thread, there is no way to start. Jian Wushuang was silent for a moment and said, "I walked out of a bone armor." Bone armor? What bone armor? Zhen Wuyang looked solemnly. A bone armor that contains cipher texts is very mysterious, but it has now been destroyed, he said, and this black-robed man came out of the bone armor. It was unbelievable to walk out of the bone armor with a black robe man whose strength was comparable to that of the peak day immortal. You know, even the 9th rank Dian Immortal is the closest to the great Emperor Dao. To feel the existence of the Emperor's luck, let alone the peak Dian Immortal? The peak Dian Immortal is already an extreme existence. They have found and have been immersed in their own avenue for countless years, almost equivalent to the existence of a half-step emperor. And who can seal such a pinnacle great Yen Xian in a small bone armor? Or he was sealed in it voluntarily? After hearing Jian Wushuang's remarks, Zhen Wuyang's eyes changed several times and finally returned to calm. In other words, you take such a bone armor and go to the Mitian to find the fairy who can untie the cipher text above. Jian Wushuang nodded. Yes, but I didn't expect that there would be such an existence in that bone armor. Zhan Wuyang Qi is extremely. It is purely nonsense if there is more terrible existence in that bone armor. What you do? Is it to ruin my big division? I'll settle the account with you later. Zhan Wuyang left the sentence and looked at the black robe. Then, the chains condensed by the Emperor's air luck directly confined the limbs of the black robe and hung it in the center of the Zhaoyantai, hanging in the air. Emperor Wei Huang, so that no fairy dared to look directly. Zhen Wuyang walked slowly in front of the black robe, and the Emperor's eyes showed supreme might. Where did you come from, and why do you stay in a bone armor? The clouds are rolling in the clouds, and the wind is blowing suddenly. There was a dead silence in the Shaoran Tai, and the black robe said nothing. Zhan Wuyang frowned. If you don't tell me, do you know what the consequences will be? Diwei descended, completely covering the black robe. Under the imperial prestige, a large amount of dark purple mist overflowed from under the black robe and quickly dissipated. Seeing this kind of energy that is not Yanli, but equally tyrannical, Zhan Wuyang waved his hand to pick up a ray of dark purple homong. Such a tiny strand of dark purple homong pulsated in his palm, and it lasted for a long time, but it seemed to be extremely repulsive and eventually dissipated. Zhan Guiyang closed his emperor's eyes tightly and seemed to feel the source of this light. The Xiao Yantai was extremely silent and no one dared to speak. And at this time, Yu Chang looked at Jian Wushuang with a smile and said in a voice that only the two of them could hear, "Little friend Jian, you are in trouble this time." Jian Wushuang smiled bitterly. "I never thought of this kind of result." "It's okay, the emperor will have a way." Yu Chang said with a smile, "Little friend, what adventure do you have when you go this time?" He was startled slightly, and then said, "No, all that is left is the thrilling, and Chi Yu has never met before." When Yu Chang heard the words, he nodded and said no more. Jian Wushuang secretly breathed a sigh of relief, and at the same time faintly confused. Could it be discovered so soon? He quickly suppressed this idea again. The Boyang vase was the product of the emperor and the sheep. It could hide the heavens, but how could it not hide a pinnacle great emperor? Thinking of this, Jian Wushuang suddenly opened his eyes and secretly became anxious. "No, it's okay, they won't fight, right?" For a long time, the Poyang bottle has served as his pocket of treasures, no matter what the treasures he has obtained. It is stuffed into the Poyang bottle together with his whole cards. And the dark blue diamond crystal that stored the black robe old man was also easily stuffed into the Poyang bottle by him. As the sword spirit in Yu Chang's emperor sword, the black robe old man must have participated in battles after another. In other words, the heavenly court where the three emperors were destroyed is very likely to have Yu Chang's participation. This is a blood feud that cannot be reconciled, and there is absolutely no possibility of reconciliation. If you really fight in the Boyang vase, the three emperors who have only the true soul will definitely fall behind, and may even be defeated. Regardless of the situation, this was something Jian Wushuang didn't want to see. However, with two real emperors around him, Jian Wushuang couldn't open the Boyang bottle to check it, so he could only secretly worry. At this moment, Zhan Guiyang opened his eyes, and a touch of golden light appeared in the emperor's eyes. He seemed to have realized something, frowned again. After a while, Zhan Guiyang said, "You don't belong to the big division domain, or even this era. Who are you?" In a word, even Yu Chang was solemn. The weight of this sentence is really too heavy and contains too much content. From that long time to the barren Wangu era, and swept through the heavens of Zenming, if you don't know the meaning of the sentence. The Wangu era is an era that I can't even imagine. There is even an era that is even more distant than the Wangu era, and the black robe at the moment has actually existed since a more ancient time. Only then did Jian Wushuang discover that he had far underestimated the existence of the sky character bone armor, and at the same time he was filled with an unspeakable emotion. Has the news of Master Xuanyi become secret in an era where even time and years have no meaning? Who is he? What did you do that fell to where it is now? Jian Wushuang was shocked in his heart, and at the same time looked solemnly at the black robe, eager to learn some news from him. However, under the suppression of the emperor's luck, the black robe was on the verge of extinction again. "You don't belong to this era. Who are you?" Zhan Guiyang took the trouble to repeat this question again. The black robe, who had been silent for a long time, raised his head at this moment and shot two dark, purple cold glows from under the wide hood. That was his gaze looking at Zhan Guiyang. Then the old hoarse voice sounded again, peeping at the ciphertext. "Die!" Except for this sentence, don't you have anything else? Zhan Guiyang frowned. "If you are willing to say it, I will let you go once, so that you no longer suffer, and let you go." Chapter 5099. Immediately afterwards, he changed his head again. "If you still don't say anything, I have many ways to make you more painful than staying in that little bone armor 1,000 times, 10,000 times." However, Hypo turned a deaf ear to what he said, still stubbornly repeating the sentence. "The one who looks at the ciphertext, die!" Zhan Guiyang was angry and directly waved his arms. In an instant, the chains condensed by the emperor's luck lashed against the black robe fiercely. With a whip, the whole body of the black robe instantly cracked a hideous crack. Then the 9 chains fell down together. The dark, purple huamang that was enough to cover the sky was disintegrating, and the body of the black robe disappeared at a speed visible to the naked eye. If you don't say it will not do any good. If you say it, it will feel better. Zhan Wuiyang said slowly, even at the edge of life and death. The black robe still repeated the previous sentence. The one who looks at the ciphertext die. Death. Zhan Wuiyang sipped, and a total of 9 chains fell together. It is foreseeable that once all the chains are dropped, the black robe will inevitably disappear. Jian Wushuang's heart was stunned, and he wanted to save the black robe. But Yu Chang took a step ahead of him. He waved his hand to stop the 9 Dao Monarch Chi luck chain and stood in front of Zhan Wuiyang. Yu Chang, what are you? Zhan Wuiyang frowned in confusion. Yu Chang arched his hands and said, Going back to the emperor, he can't die. This involves a lot of things. If you act rashly, it might be detrimental to many things. Zhan Wuiyang frowned, thinking about the meaning of his words, and then said after a moment, It's okay, imprison him. When Yu Chang heard the words, he nodded, then turned to look at the black robe, stretched out his hand and stroked it. Layers of black and blue aura appeared. Then he was wrapped in a black robe and put it back into his sleeve. As the black robe disappeared, the unspeakable depressive breath disappeared completely. The entire Zhaoyantai was restored to the state of Yanjun Yanshu. He didn't get any useful news from Hypo's mouth, which made Zhan Wuiyang quite upset. He turned to look at Jian Wushuang. Only resentment was left in the emperor's eyes. Then, what ciphertext is hidden in the bone armor of Rosh, so that you can't even ask the news? Nothing, mainly because when we were about to see the answer, the black robe rushed out and destroyed the bone armor. Zhan Wuiyang's voice rose sharply. That is to say, after having tossed for so long and ruined me half of the sky, I finally got nothing. Jian Wushuang was quite embarrassed. You can say so. Zhan Wuiyang was extremely angry and turned his head to look at the craftsman Su Tua. Su Tua! This emperor must listen to the truth. What is the ciphertext on the bone armor? The craftsman Su Tua slowly opened his eyes. Hui Dijuan, indeed, as the little friend Jian said. Su Tua doesn't even know it. When Zhan Wuiyang heard this, he felt nothing to say. At this time, Yu Chang said, Every dust in this big division, every celestial plane has gone through countless catastrophes to form the current prosperity. And the significance of the existence of the heaven is to protect the countless horizons of heaven and eternal prosperity, and protect the countless heavenly arrogances toward their own avenue. However, this unnecessary battle has turned nearly 100 heavenly planes and endless creatures into dust, and everything in it may be destroyed. This is beyond what the heavenly court can tolerate. The last Dayan Immortal, who erased nearly 10 celestial planes, has been imprisoned in the sea of boundlessness and endured endless nothingness. Now, your damage to Tianyu far exceeds that of any previous war, and punishment is inevitable. After the sentence was pronounced, Yu Chang looked at Zhan Wuiyang. At this moment, the disciples of Sansun Mountain, the master craftsman Su Tua, Nanxian, and young Master Jiao all looked extremely nervous. In the sea of no edge, the punishment of the emperor is the most serious punishment. Once these responsibilities fall, it is almost equivalent to a death sentence. At this time, Jian Wushuang took a step forward and said, This battle was caused by me alone. They are all victims. It has nothing to do with them. I will bear it myself. Who said they should be punished? Zhan Wuiyang looked at him and said in a deep voice, This emperor will only fine you today heavy punishment. Willing to take it. Jian Wushuang arched his hands and said firmly. Zhan Wuiyang said in a deep voice, You said, What kind of punishment do you want? Any punishment is fine. Okay, happy boy. The emperor will punish you to go to the wasteland to move bricks. Move bricks. Jian Wushuang was dumbfounded. Yes, let me go to Dahuang and stay honestly for 10,000 years. 1,000 years. The blazing and warm Yanli disappeared, and the clouds of Yendrin Yenshu gradually disappeared, replaced by low black clouds, thunder and lightning. Thick as a dragon, brewed in the dark clouds and accompanied by a huge vortex, it was a scene of destruction. It was in these void clouds that even Yan Xian dared not wait any longer, and there was a giant bird that spread its wings and jumped. Okanshu, calm, this giant bird is completely black and blue, and under its wings, it can even cover several celestial planes under its wings. It is so huge that even the dragon-like lightning in the dark clouds is extremely small. On top of this giant bird's beast, there are two figures sitting upright. One of them is Yu Chang, and the other is Jian Wushuang. Even Yanli can swallow the frozen gang wind raging in the void. Even Jian Wushuang felt a deep chill. This is a void that has never been seen before, and the heavenly plane does not exist at all, not even a trace of derivation, and some are only barren in nothingness. This is a very dark void. Even the stars have not been born, except for the burst of lightning. There is no other color. Sitting on the bird's head of the giant bird, Jian Wushuang no longer knew where he was. The giant bird can span hundreds of celestial planes between the wings, and it can be inferred that it has been completely far away from the center of the big division. Could it be that the so-called Great Desolation is the border of Desiyu? Jian Wushuang trembled in his heart as he thought. At this moment, Yu Chang suddenly looked back and looked at him with a warm complexion. That's a good guess. The so-called Dahuang is indeed the border of Desiyu. Jian Wushuang felt a shock in his heart. How do you know what I think in my heart? Yu Chang smiled slightly. Of course it is a guess. If you are not thinking about this problem, it would be strange. Jian Wushuang was silent. He didn't understand why these emperors could always see what other Yan Xian was thinking. After a while, Yu Chang spoke first. We are now far away from the center of Desiyu and rushed to the border. He was a little stunned when he heard the words. It took 20,000 years to unknowingly it has been nearly 20,000 years since the divine power universe. And for nearly 20,000 years, he has been surrounding Desiyu. Chapter 5100. The vast expanse, including countless celestial planes of the Great Division, even began to make Jian Wushuang doubts. Desiyu, is there really a boundary? Now that he got the exact news from Yu Chang, this made Jian Wushuang feel slightly worried. It's just that Desiyu is so vast and vast, so in what way should the real ultimate development be displayed before his eyes? And Xian Yi, Lao Zun, and the others, where and in what form should exist in this ultimate development? Just when Jian Wushuang was a little startled, Yu Chang said leisurely, You have also seen that not all celestial voids can be born out of planes. The more you reach the boundary, the less planes there will be. And the boundary of the big division domain is the limit that the emperor can expand to, and there is no power here, and it is meaningless to continue to expand. Therefore, we set the boundary of the great division as the great wilderness. A brief language sketched out the outline of Desiyu for Jian Wushuang. Let him know something. Then he got up, faced the wind that was enough to make the fairy body tremble, and looked at the endless nothingness through the layers of dark clouds. Outside of the big division domain, is it even more expansive? It may disappoint you. Outside the great division, there is an endless wilderness. Even Dian Immortal will be lost in the wilderness and eventually become dust. Jian Wushuang couldn't believe it. Could it be that there is only an endless great famine outside the Desiyu? Of course not, Yu Chang smiled. Although the great wilderness is endless, it has a boundary after all. Beyond that boundary, there are many large domains that are the same as those of the Great Division. Jian Wushuang's heart was hot, and his silent heart felt a little restless. With infinite existence, there are infinite possibilities. Everything is within reach. At this moment, what did he think of and looked towards Yu Changdao? Uncle Yu, I can ask, what is the name of the nearest big domain next to the big division domain? Yu Chang looked at him and said with a smile, Ask what this does. Do you want to leave to see you? No? No. I'm just curious to ask. This is not something that can't be said, but the Yensian known in Desiu is indeed poorly understood. The big domain adjacent to the big division domain? It is the infinite border of the great wilderness, and that big domain is called the Tongtian Buddha realm. Jian Wushuang was taken aback. Through the heavens. Why, do you know there? No? I don't know, I just think it's a bit novel. Yu Chang looked ahead. It seemed to be reminiscing. Where? I wandered once. All the monk capitals are more stubborn and extreme. They gave me some not-so-good perceptions. It's a coincidence the neighboring Desiu is actually the world of Tongtian Buddha. Jian Wushuang was shocked secretly. The experience of the past reappeared in his mind, although he had never been to the so-called Tongtian Buddha realm. The Tongtian Buddha realm had some contact with him unconsciously. In the sand demon cave, encountering a sea of blood, the cause and effect are killed off. Shaoqing, the lord of the sand demon cave, surrendered to his death, saying that the only way to resolve the catastrophe was to go to the world of Tongtian Buddha. Only then did Jian Wushuang have some connection with the Buddha realm, that Tongtian. Now that 20,000 years have passed, the Tongtian Buddha realm, which is about to be sealed in memory, has once again come to mind. After all, do you want to go to the world of Tongtian Buddha? Jian Wushuang hesitated in his heart, and at the same time worried about the causal massacre he was carrying. The so-called cause and effect massacre is a crack. Although it is not too harmful, it is a hidden danger after all. This hidden danger will continue to grow with the owner, and eventually reach the point where it cannot be ignored. At present, Jian Wushuang has nothing to do with this big killing, but he knows that if it is not cleared in time, his mellow spirit will be completely destroyed. So he can't ignore any clues about the world of Tongtian Buddha. Because of a woman, a large-scale killing and robbery made Jian Wushuang and Tongtian Buddha realm contact. Of course, these are things that Yu Chang didn't know, and naturally he wouldn't think about it. Yu Chang continued to speak. So, I don't have a good understanding of the world of Tongtian Buddhism, including emperors who are more repulsive there. When he said this, he looked at Jian Wushuang and continued. So what you have to do when you come to this border wasteland is to move bricks, and move bricks hard. Ah, no, isn't it really moving bricks? There can be fakes. The emperor has no jokes. I don't know how long it has passed, how long it has transitioned into the void, and even the years have no meaning, until Jian Wushuang is numb. Everything has new progress. Ahead is the great wilderness. Yu Chang said. Jian Wushuang's heart shook. Then he got up and looked forward. He saw that the originally extremely dark void had a dim light and a solid earth. Wait, the earth? How can there be a solid ground in this vast wilderness that is so barren that even dust can exist? However, Jian Wushuang was truly convinced when the giant bird below him steadily landed on the solid ground. Here, the boundary of Desiu, which belongs to the void of the great wilderness, actually exists in the form of the earth. The earth is boundless, extending to every emptiness in sight. The giant bird, standing steadily on the earth, raised its head and sighed, then turned into a palm-sized chasing bird and flew into Yu Chang's palm and disappeared. No, not land. The sword with the soles of the feet on the ground did not change slightly in both sides, and soon I noticed that the ground under my feet was not the real ground, but was composed of dense bones. Yu Chang glanced at him quite appreciatively, and then said, Yes, there is really no land on this wild border. This solid ground is actually paved by the bones of Dingxiu, Xianxian, and Dianxian. Are these all the bones of the cultivators and immortal Yen in the Great Division? Jian Wushuang's eyes were solemn. There are too many to an unimaginable level. How many bones of monks and immortals are needed to cover the vast wilderness and emptiness? Yu Chang nodded as if narrating a small matter. It is indeed all the bones of the monks in the Great Division and the bones of the Yensian, of which the bones of the Yensian accounted for 70%. Jian Wushuang was shocked and completely covered the border of this great wilderness. What kind of battle he had experienced in the age of Wangu? Does the establishment of a heavenly court require so many killings to become immortal? He also understood a little bit why there are so few fairy cultivators in Dacia nowadays and Dian's celestial being almost non-existent. Multi-source app. Mimi reading the reason may be traced back to the battle of the emperors in the ancient age. Please remember the domain name of the book's first publication. Mobile version reading URL. Chapter 5101. Wan Dao Sword Sovereign. It has been nearly 20,000 years since he reached the ultimate Yanhuan, and in the 20,000 years, Jian Wushuang also knew a lot about those ancient secrets that were unknown to Dian Immortal. The Wangu era belonged to the era of coexistence of all emperors, and countless stunning arrogances came into being, creating their own supreme road. Just what Jian Wushuang knew. There were 5 emperors. The 5 emperors are the 5 heavenly courts, coexisting in the big division domain, dividing domains to rule. Yang Jun, Su He, Dao Gong, Feng Hua, Lu Krou. And these 5 emperors can be regarded as representatives in the big division, and there are several emperors. The Wangu era was a brilliant world, with so many emperors, let alone Dianxian. However, with the emergence of Zhan Wuyang, everything eventually turned into dust. Just what Jian Wushuang knew. Nearly 10 emperors died in Zhan Wuyang's hands. And Yanxian, Dianxian, seems to be countless. He also understood why there were very few bones of Xianxian left in the Desai domain. It turned out that all the bones were pushed into the wilderness to fill the border of the wilderness. This is a dusty secret. Whether it is known or not, it has not much meaning. Stepping on the ground paved with the infinite bones of Yanxian, Jian Wushuang walked slowly along with Yu Chang. The great wasteland is endless, and the bones under this foot are also endless. The emperor is now punishing you to the great wasteland. It is really helpless. Otherwise, it will not be enough to warn or convince the crowd. Furthermore, the emperor asked you to come to this great wilderness, which is also the result of our joint discussions. There are 2 reasons for this. One is to warn the public, and the other is that this great wasteland really needs to be repaired. Repair? Jian Wushuang looked at him, a little puzzled. Yu Chang nodded. It's true, this vast wasteland, it's time to fix it. Jian Wushuang felt a little uncomprehending. Could it be that there will be an immortal existence in this place where even the power of extension can't exist? It is indeed impossible for Yanxian to come here. Even Dianxian will never set foot in this great famine. But there are always exceptions in everything. As Yu Chang said, he waved his arms, and suddenly dust was rolled up on this very bone road. With the sudden rise of Guangchen, some subtle auras began to appear on the Xingu road. Jian Wushuang subconsciously looked at the immortal bone road under his feet, only to realize that a pair of footprints appeared. What are these footprints? It's trouble. Yu Chang smiled slightly and said, apart from those monk heads, you are the first Yanxian to come to the great wilderness. Those monk heads? Why did they appear in the great wilderness? Jian Wushuang couldn't believe it. Yu Chang said, they used their feet to measure the earth, and they tried to save all the eternal immortals, and went to their heavenly Buddha realm to worship. The most important point is that they regard this great wilderness as a place of experience, and they will come forward one after another. Jian Wushuang was a little dumb when he heard the words. The idea is really unique, so you should use it as a place of experience? Yanli cannot be retained at all, and it is boundless. I am afraid that even Dianxian will be lost here. It is more appropriate to compare this great wilderness to a tomb. Yes, even I never thought that they would have such a firm determination, Yu Chang said, and then looked at him. Wushuang, all you have to do is to stay here and reinforce the barriers of the great wilderness. Stay here for 10,000 years. Jian Wushuang smiled bitterly. 10,000 years is a period of retreat for the mortals, and even the top cultivators, not long at all. But for Jian Wushuang, it was different. His growth rate was too fast, and 10,000 years was enough for him to do too many things. Right now, he was going to be exiled in the wilderness for 10,000 years, which greatly restricted any of his actions. Yu Chang seemed to see the sadness in his eyes and smiled. 10,000 years is not a long time, but it is just a rhetoric. If the emperor didn't say that at the time, I am afraid that the second emperor would never let it go. After all, it was destroyed. It's his greatness. In 1,000 years, I will come to Dahuang to pick you up, but of course it depends on your performance. Jian Wushuang secretly breathed a sigh of relief. 1,000 years of time is not too far away for him. Quandang has experienced this great wilderness. Yes. What do I do next in this great famine? Of course, it is building the wall to reinforce the barrier. Ah, it turned out to be really moving bricks. Of course. As they continued to talk, the two figures moved forward at a gentle speed, until a wall that almost halved the void appeared before they stopped. It's not so much a wall, it's a real fairy trail. It is as if the road to the bones of the bones is rolled up by some supreme power. It rises high, almost isolating the entire void, and it is divided into two, even if it is Dian. Standing here is like the supreme under the fairy trail-like barriers. Everyone will feel their own insignificance. Here is the real border of Desiu, and it is also the edge of the great wasteland. Yu Chang looked at Jian Wushuang, who was already fascinated, and said in a slow voice, "And what you have to do now is to repair this border barrier a little bit." "She'll repair here." Jian Wushuang swallowed his throat with some difficulty, and bitterness flashed in his eyes. "Yes." Yu Chang nodded slightly. "This border barrier was built by me and the emperor. It can stop all enemies and will not be destroyed for endless years. However, on the other side of the great wilderness, those monk heads from the world of Tongtian Buddhism use certain methods to damage the border barrier, allowing them to enter the Great Division. What you have to do now, Wushuang, is to completely seal the border barriers and block all enemies from the wilderness." Jian Wushuang nodded. "Okay, I will." At this time, Yu Chang put a smile away and became a little serious. "Remember, Wushuang, this is a punishment. This is the most dangerous place in the entire Desai region. Even Dian Immortal is nothing here. At the moment you set foot on the border of the wilderness, you have to make any preparations. You are not only facing the weakness of the immortal body, but also the enemies hidden in the wilderness." Jian Wushuang's eyes narrowed slightly. "Enemies in the great wilderness. There are other immortals in the great wilderness." Yu Chang nodded. "To be precise, they are no longer evangelists. They are just a certain obsession, wandering and lost in the wilderness. After I leave, any evangelists and monk heads that come out of the great wilderness will be your enemies. All you have to do is to completely block all enemies outside the border, and don't miss one." Chapter 5102. Wan Dao, Sword Sovereign Yu Chang left. After entrusting Jian Wushuang for a while, he left. Only Jian Wushuang was left on this fairy bone road, the border of the great wilderness. He stood in place, feeling the endless aura of ancient times, and at the same time thinking about the meaning of Yu Chang's words. In this great wilderness, can there be a fairy cultivating approach and walking in it? And what kind of existence is the so-called Tongtian Buddha realm outside the great wilderness? And those guys actually use the end of the great wasteland as part of their own trials. Jian Wushuang thought of the great monks he had seen in the Sand Demon Cave, and he also got some news from the discussion forum with Kong Lin. The heads of monks who haunt the Sand Demon Cave are indeed from the world of Tongtian Buddha. Moreover, after experiencing the incident in the Sand Demon Cave, Jian Wushuang had no favors with the monk heads, especially the few Dian Immortals. But only the monk Kongluin, Jian Wushuang, had some feelings for him. He gained a lot from the conversation under the Blood Sea. All in all, in the world of Tongtian Buddhism outside of the great wilderness, Jian Wushuang didn't have much favor. After roughly clarifying some clues to the conclusion, Jian Wushuang began to walk forward. The boundless wilderness without borders. Everything seems to be shrouded in dense dust, without a heavenly plain, without a big sun star. Yes, it's just dim and gloomy. What Yu Chang said was right. Even if Dian Immortal came here, he would eventually be lost. But Jian Wushuang did not have anything unusual. His mind, spirit, and thoughts had long been melded to a terrifying degree. For him, Dahuang was actually a good place for cultivation. Stepping on the Xingu Road, Jian Wushuang looked at the boundary barrier that divided the void in two, and quickly understood what Yu Chang wanted him to repair. In the center of this vast border barrier, there's a gap, only a line. It's like being torn apart by external force, making the boundary barrier no longer complete. This gap seemed to have only one line, but when Jian Wushuang really went to check the gap, he knew what the abyss was. The entire boundary barrier is too vast and infinite, so even if only one line is broken, it is an irreparable crack. Jian Wushuang stood in the center of this crack, unavoidably getting big for a while. This rift is too vast. I am afraid that it may not be able to completely fill it if it is packed into thousands of celestial planes. Today's Jian Wushuang. It is not difficult to move an ordinary heavenly plane in the Desai domain. But the difficulty lies in the fact that this is a great wasteland and everything is barren. There is no celestial plane, and there is no growth force to supplement. Only rely on oneself to slowly restore the growth force. In this way, repairing this border barrier is tantamount to a disaster. Since there was no Tianyu plane to use, Jian Wushuang turned to look at the Xingu Road under his feet. This boundary barrier, like the Xingu Road, was built with the bones of Yanxian, but if you want to repair it, you can only fill it with the Xingu Road. Do what he said. After Jian Wushuang roughly calculated the gap between the cracks in the boundary barrier, he suddenly released his own power. This great famine, I don't know how many billions of years of time there has been no development. Therefore, when Jian Wushuang released his power, the entire endless void and Dahuang directly burst into vortexes. The thick dust was absorbed by the vortex, but hovering in the void, making everything tremble. Thunder and lightning that is as thick as a dragon looms in the eddy current, and may tear the void and fall at any time. Here, there is no heavenly order. Everything is chaotic, the original state. Then, in the next section, thousands of thunder and lightning that resembled a giant dragon, all blasted towards Jian Wushuang, who exuded power. Boom! Even the Xingu Road trembled, and the fragments of the fairy bones became a fan. As for Jian Wushuang, who resisted the sky thunder with his body, he was severely blasted into the heart of the earth. These heavenly thunders could not have much influence on Jian Wushuang, who possessed the immortal body, but they still made him embarrassed to the extreme. When the thunder and lightning subsided, he walked out of the heart of the earth quite embarrassed. No, don't you have to be hacked even to release Yanli? Jian Wushuang was a little puzzled. He decided to try again. The majestic and surging force once again flowed in the meridians and escaped. But this time it did not trigger the void vision. Jian Wushuang quickly understood that the original vision was caused by an accident. However, in this great wasteland, it is indeed impossible to condense and derive power, and it is a completely barren land. After thinking about it, Jian Wushuang directly set about repairing the boundary barrier. Since the heavenly plane was not born in this great wilderness, he could only start to cut off the road of immortal bones and use the piled bones to fill the gaps between the boundary barriers. The invisible sword quietly condenses. Jian Wushuang rises into the void, and then cuts it down with a single sword. Rumble. Xiangulu was cut open by a crack, and then under the cutting of the invisible sword, a square trace was cut out at the center of Xiangulu. Then Jian Wushuang put away the invisible sword, and his figure also fell on the road of Xianbone. He suddenly stomped his foot, and in an instant, the Xingu road was sinking and shaking, and a square road blocked the size of a sacred mountain rose directly from the ground. Jian Wushuang's arms were supporting the sky, and he directly held up the road blocked the size of a sacred mountain, stacked in the center of the boundary barrier. Although the roadblock is bigger than the sacred mountain, it is as small as dust when compared with the cracks in the boundary. But Jian Wushuang didn't care about these, silently began to carry out the next move. In this way, in this vast wilderness, a figure tirelessly cuts the road of immortal bones, and at the same time piles the cut road blocks the size of a mountain in the gap between the boundary barriers. In the border wilderness, there is no concept of time. Everything is in a primitive state of chaos. Dian Immortal with a weak mind and spirit will be lost in this. There is only one figure, doing his own thing firmly, constantly mending the gaps in the boundary. My big companion, where do you think Wushuang will be now? I heard that Demaxian has been seriously damaged. The cloud smoke curls up, and the heavenly palace lies quietly among the clouds, which is quite mysterious. In a warm pavilion, Xiao Dijuan leaned against the window, looking at the swimming sea of clouds with some wonder. The purple-robed old man who had been standing behind him looked up at him and said, "Your Highness, you have already passed." Xiao Dijuan returned to his senses, looked at him sideways, and said in a condensed voice, "Why, can't I even say this now?"